Perfect. Where's my clock? E404 going to shoot some beef.
Oh, way down south in the land of traitors, rattlesnakes and alligators. Right away, come away, right away, come away. Where cotton's king and men are chattels, Union boys will win the battles. Right away, come away, right away, come away. We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. Each Dixie boy must understand that he must find his Uncle Sam. Away, away, we'll all go down to Dixie. Away, away, we'll all go down to Dixie. Way down south in the land of traitors, rattlesnakes and alligators. Right away, come away, right away, come away. Where cotton's king and men are chattels, Union boys will win the battles. Right away, come away, right away, come away. We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. Each Dixie boy must understand that he must find his Uncle Sam. Away, away, we'll all go down to Dixie. Away, away, we'll all go down to Dixie.
I don't have to tell you things are bad. Everybody knows things are bad. The dollar buys a nickel's worth. Banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. We know the air is unfit to breathe and our food is unfit to eat. We sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad.
Hypnotized by a spreading viral syndrome, sitting silent in a cyber prison. Eyes got spinning spiral cinema. We're spinning our lives, pretending, idolizing, idol singing. Worthless, simple-minded jerks jerking off at the sight of women. Someone's behind it, making the most of it. Raping your soul, sonny, they've made you a slow puppet. Enslaved the globe of paper, causing karma, sick behavior. They divide you, make you fight, constantly quarrel with your neighbor. You make me wanna wake you, shout, shake you out your bed, slap your back to reality, pound you, break your drowsy head. With the black, brown, white, yellow, or blue, whether you Jew, Christian, Muslim, man or woman, natural, feminist. Don't forget your hatred and be scale straight, relate evenly. We can blatantly see we're all getting raped equally. People should be eager to put their forces together. The more the better. Forget your pain, y'all important and clever. Listen, Red Run, you're not a little breadcrumb. Lift your head, son, cause you're a fucking living legend. You're not a zombie, hundo, knob, and they numb. Yeah, you're not a statistic, nah, not an anonymous number. Human knowledge, wonder mind, body, and soul. Flip big brother the bird, cause he's not in control. No, strike the power, time to be sour. Pile up cowards, cadavers after dragging about the ivory tower. Blah.
I don't want you to protest, I don't want you to riot, I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad, 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 got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being, god damn it! My life has value! Get mad! 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 Get mad!
جلست هنا أصغي لصوت المطر أفكر ما الذي حصل لحالي طوال سنوات مثل أناس كثر يضيع مني العمر ولا أبالي قد سئمت من التفكير قد حان وقت التغيير قد طال شوقي لغد لي مبتسم لنغني ما أجمل الحياة أعرف شيئا عن حلمي لا لن أبقى هكذا مكبل اليدين فأنا أحس بالحنين لنفسي لا 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 يأس بعد الآن لا تقل فات الأوان فليكن يومك أحلى مما كان لنغني ما أجمل الحياة فكل شيء يحيا بالأمل فلننسى ما فات ونبني لنا مستقبلا أفضل ليس هناك مستحيل عندك حلم جميل املأ قلبك باليقين وامضي لنغني ما أجمل الحياة فكل شيء يحيا بالأمل فلننسى ما فات ونبني لنا مستقبلا أفضل
I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna see Patricia McCloskey. I wanna scream for the GOP. I wanna sit with Dan Bongino. I wanna show the American flag that hangs behind the toilet in Grandma's basement. I wanna ask if it will be my dad. I wanna change my name to Nick Bongino. I wanna tell him about the man in the stairs. He kinda looks like Dan Bongino. Grandma tries to tell me not to go down there, but I would be safe with Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like Dan Bongino.
Fuck! Shit! Cock! Arse! Vote for the politicians fighting for your rights. Vote for the politicians that believe in science. Lead from your eyeballs with all your might. Rip off your arms and legs for the alliance. I want you to sit there in the shower every morning and imagine a billionaire shot directly in the face. Dystopian nightmare. Listening to hypothetical from yourself and redirect the blame. We more than ones who are able to play the game of power. Get the patriarchy pegged. United we bargain, divided we beg. Organize, can you unionize? Can you end the extraction of surplus labor value? I want you to sit there in the shower every morning and imagine a billionaire shot directly in the face. Dystopian nightmare. Listening to hypothetical from yourself and redirect the blame. We're more than the ones who are able to play the game. And living wage by majority rule. Unionization is sexy and cool. What's even better than tits and ass? Uplifting material conditions for the working class. Fuck! Shit! Cock! Arse!
I love you back.
Look, My bitch is all bad, my all real. I like his dick in some big tall heels, big fat checks, big large bills. Front, I'll strip like 10 hot wheels. Cold ass bitch, I give blood chills. 10 different looks and my looks all kill. I kiss him in the mouth, I feel all grills. Heat in the car, that's Meals on Wheels. I was born to flex. Diamonds on my neck. I like wanting checks. I like wanting sex. But nothing in this world that I like more than checks. Money. All I really want to see is the money. I don't really need the D. I need the money. All a bad bitch needs is the money. I got bands in the coop. Busting out the roof. I got bands in the coop. Touch me, I'll shoot.
Let's feel the burn.
Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide.
Yo, all they do is lie about Palestine. Dehumanize lives to justify war crimes. 75 years of occupation, now it's extermination. Ooh, we live on our news feeds. A Holocaust in real time, and some are talking both sides. Opinions left to right, while children left to die. From war to rockets, it's a racket that stabilized the debt market. Ask a million dead Iraqis. Pregúntale a los palestinos, a los sirios, a los hijos de los desaparecidos. Ask the mother of the child bombed to smithereens. Ask the man who lost his fam to the military machine. Greenback backed up by the arms industry. Best believe blow back or go beyond the Middle East. Hit the streets of America, sunsets on the empire, ojalá, yeah.
Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide.
This is a reminder. This is not a conflict. 75 years, the whole world watching. If you took my land, I might have to push you off it. The military complex, making profits. Apartheid, settler colonialism. Millions of people in an open air prison. Gotta be real, we can't call it a war. When the scales are unequal, I'm on the side of the poor. Who got no water, no medical supplies, no electricity, I'm getting sick of all the lies. Corporate media, Western propaganda. In Ferguson, I learned to organize con la ganga. Rest in power to the comrade past. Some Palestinians gave us classes to deal with tear gases. Shots to the eyes, they shot hundreds in Chile. Trained by IDF to control my village. They monopolized the violence, monopolized the narrative. Free Palestina in the moment is imperative. Shots to my relatives, gotta sing my song. Cause they be killing us just for way too long.
Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide. Genocide, it's a genocide.
Palestina libre. Viva, viva Palestina. Yo, Gaza resiste, no hay paz sin justicia. Si el pan no nos rinde a luchar con el rifle. This is coming your way. Blackouts every day, food rations, kids going hungry. Not a doomsday professor, but if we know the settlers, they won't let up till we all in the ghettos. Gaza tight prisons for all in opposition. Stand up now, homie, this just the beginning. Crisis in the dollar, realign the world powers. War, the only way they resolve their problems. Call us animals, call us savage, grant safe passage, then bomb those processions. Shady villains, they not capable of agreements. No negotiations, por eso Gaza resiste. If your existence is resistance, it's a fight for your life. Time we all get the message and unite. Stop this.
Genocide, it's a genocide. 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 Genocide, it's a genocide.
This is the first hip-hop song ever performed on television in Iran. And so the FBI awarded me for that by banging on my door and scaring my daughters on my birthday. Pulling me off of planes. And the first question is always, Do you think I'm associated with anything violent? Or are you harassing me for trying to tell the truth in the music? We know the answer to that. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred and proud. Let's swing it hard now. Smoke and mirror, stripes and stars, stolen for the cross in the name of God. Bloodshed, genocide, rape and fraud, written to the pages of the law, good Lord. Cold content and latchkey child ran away one day and started acting foul. The king of where the wild things are, daddy's proud. The Roman Empire done passed it down. They imported and tortured a workforce, never healed the wounds or shook that curse off. Now the grown-up Goliath nation holding open auditions for the part of David. Can you feel it, y'all? Nothing can save us. We question the rain. We got rushed in and chained up. My fist raised, but I must be insane. Can't figure single damn way to change it, y'all. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, the home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred and power is God here. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, the home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred and power is. All must bow to the fat and lazy. You obey me, and why do they hate me? Who, me? Only 2 generations away from the world's most despicable slavery trade. Pioneered so many ways to degrade a human being that it can't be changed to this day. Legacy so ingrained in the way that we think we no longer need chains to be slaves. Lord, it's a shameful display. The overseers even getting raped along the way because their children can't escape from the pain, and they're born with this poisonous hatred in their veins. Try and separate a man from his soul. You only strengthen him and lose your own. But shoot that sucker if he walking near the throne. Remind him that this is my now gone. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, the home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred and power is God here. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, the home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred and power is God. We ain't giving money to these bums on the corner with a sign bleeding from their gums. Say it's cause we don't support a crackhead. What you think happens to the money from our taxes? Government's an addict, except they got $1 billion weed killing brown people habit. You know what it is if you listen to Ali. It's free Palestine from the river to the sea. Man, I'm still hustling backwards. At the end of the year, add up what they subtracted. 3 out of 12 months, my salary pays for that madness. Man, that's savage. What's left? Forget a big ass plasma. Check out where they made Dan rather point his damn camera. Only approved questions get answered. Stand yourself up for that national anthem, y'all. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, the home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred and power is God here. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard, where the dollar is sacred and power is, oh my God.
Discover new.
You appeared on controversial live streams. They're with a guy called Mike from Pennsylvania.
But you're also on the show of a streamer called Mike from PA.
Francesca Hong is now leading the polls in the state's Democratic primary for governor.
Claire Valdez, she came on my stream. Say hi to the Central Committee stream.
Hi, Central Committee stream. Wow,
Okay.
excited to be here.
And so she got the Mike from PA bump.
Claire Valdez has been declared the winner there by the Associated Press.
And we call it the Mike from PA difference.
You appeared on controversial live streams. They're with a guy called Mike from Pennsylvania.
Run it back.
But you're also on the show of a streamer called Mike from PA.
Francesca Hong is now leading the polls in the state's Democratic primary for governor.
Claire Valdez, she came on my stream. Say hi to the Central Committee stream.
Hi, Central Committee stream. Wow,
Okay.
excited to be here.
And so she got the Mike from PA bump.
Claire Valdez has been declared the winner there by the Associated Press.
And we call it the Mike from PA difference. All righty, everybody. Welcome on to the Central Committee stream with your host, controversial streamer, Mike from PA. The Mike from PA difference. We're going to have multiple winners on our stream. The socialist Weird Al Yankovic. Well, the edit will be harder when they're both sworn in. Oh, yes. I can't wait to come on the Mike from PA to show to get the Mike from PA bump when I run for Congress. True. Mike from PA anti-Semite of the year. I don't think that's likely. I mean, if I'm in the running for anti-Semite of the year, the socialist revolution is happening. Okay, like that's all you need to know. I'm trying to organize with my coworkers. I was hoping you know any guides or something to learn how to do it without getting everyone fired. There is a woman that we've brought on the stream before. Her name is Jane McAlevey. She had the guide to organizing your workplace called No Shortcuts, Organizing for Power, like the handbook. So if you're trying to organize a union, I would definitely recommend that. Friend of the show, unfortunately, she's passed from cancer. Also, your local DSA probably has a labor working group. I would definitely link up with them. Do you see the post-debate circus? All eyes on Fran while the rest of the candidates anti-socially hanging out with each other, nibbling on the crumbs. I mean, like, all I can say is it doesn't, as we build our own infrastructure, the way that we're cast is never going to be honest. Like, you guys really need to understand that. It doesn't mean you ignore it, right? But it's important that you fight back, right? Because the way that Hassan, like, if the mainstream media had their way, they would just call me and Hassan bigoted, hateful extremists that you should not listen to. So that's why they say controversial streamer, you know, they say this stuff to discredit us as an alternative and to weaken our organizing space. It pissed me off that they all copy pasted Fran's platform. Well, what do you want them to do at this point? Like, she's gonna win. They want a job in her admin. That's what people don't understand. Like, I think a lot of people they're not used to winning. So when you're winning, the governor and the president have literally hundreds of jobs where people will get paid a salary and get benefits. All right. So, and these are very powerful positions within the state. This is the highest level governmental positions. Fran is going to need to develop a cabinet. Fran is going to need to develop senior advisors. Fran is going to need to develop like a political, like, honestly, I'm strongly considering spending a lot of time in Wisconsin if they'll listen to me to help, because we are, hey, thanks for the 6-month resub, because there's going to be so much that Fran needs to do. And what worries me the most is I don't think DSA is ready. That's the thing that scares me is, you know, is DSA ready for a governorship? And like, you know, after she wins the primary, I'm going to do everything I can to link her up with New York City DSA so that we can start getting the National Socialist Movement hooked up with Fran, get as many people hired into her administration as possible. And, you know, obviously we're going to have to hire some Democrats and some liberals. It's just natural. It's going to have to happen because we're not ready yet. And so all these guys, they're kissing Fran's ass because she's going to win. They want a job. That's what you don't understand. Not the National Socialist Movement. No, the movement, the DSA movement. God damn it. Damn you, Hitler. Damn you, Hitler. Damn you, Hitler. Fucking Hitler, that piece of shit. We hate Hitler. The socialist movement nationally. God damn it. I used to think you were exaggerating when you said it was an OP, but now I'm convinced he was an op. Now I'm convinced. On at the Wisconsin debate, I do not support the DSA platform, and I am not endorsed by them. She didn't say that. She said the national DSA platform. That's what she said. And honestly, like, you know, I've been saying this for a while now, which is like national DSA is not seizing the moment correctly, which is why I felt like I need to be more involved. And I really need Hassan to be more involved as well. Because, listen, you know, it's not that I hate the DSA national platform, but if you're trying to be relevant electorally, don't you think you should run it by the people that are actually winning and running as DSA members? Like, shouldn't they be the ones that are developing it as opposed to like randos? And I know people are gonna be like, that's the democratically elected. It's like 3 levels of democratic of representation. It's like delegates elect the, you know, it's like, you know, DSA members elect delegates and delegates elect the executive committee, and the executive committee votes. And it's like, there's so many layers of abstraction. And I just don't think the platform should be done like that. I don't think the platform should be developed by people that are not running for office and don't care about running. Hassan seems to think they'll get packed up if he says he's part of DSA. No, because we are member run and don't tail prospective electeds. It's not about prospective electeds. It's about the platform development being bad. If Zoran Mamdani and Francesca Hong and major DSA electeds are like, yeah, I don't agree with the platform sucks. You understand why, right? And if you think that's tailing electeds, then you are confused about what tailing means. The platform should be motivating to the masses. It should be something that brings people in as opposed to something that scares people off. And again, there's a difference between policy and slogans. If your slogan is not effective in persuading people to pursue your policy, change the slogan. But there is this, like, as I said before, an unprincipled adherence to a slogan, which I find not useful. The platform should have maximum and minimum parts. We could have both. I mean, again, like, I would prefer not to rip into shit like this. I'd prefer not to rip it apart and explain, like, go in detail. But I don't think that you're engaging with what I'm saying, right? I don't think you're engaging with what I'm saying, and it's starting to be frustrating. Did I see the Professor Dave vid on Destiny? Only fragments. And, like, I personally, I think it's curious to me that people want to be associated with the slogan that is damaging, right? Like, I could support, like, what does defund the police mean? What does it mean? Like, actually, I'm staring at a budget. What does it mean? Slash, what does that mean? No increase? It could mean that. Or it could mean go to zero. Do you see why the slogan is not good? Because it allows people to characterize it as the way they want to. You're letting people's imaginations run wild as opposed to focusing on a kind of like articulable material answer. If it could range from no increase all the way to zeroing it out, it's so imprecise as to be not useful. And the reason why it's so imprecise is because it's a broad-based slogan that is trying to include reformers and radical anarchists. And that's not a good slogan then, because it involves too much of a wide-spanning possibility, which is good in organizing spaces, is good at academia, but it's not good in policy. Policy is specific, articulable, and, you know, if it doesn't have a utility in campaigning for power and it's not a policy, then I don't care about it, to be honest with you. And the analogy that I oftentimes use is how has the right gone after public education? The right has not gone after public education by saying defund the teachers or defund our schools. Have you ever heard that come from a Republican? Has a Republican ever said defund our schools? Defund our teachers? No, because they understand people like their schools. People like their teachers. What they say is we need school choice. We need to empower students and parents with a voucher program to send their kid to the best school. That kind of shit. The effect is they're defunding public education. The effect is they're damaging teachers. But they're smart enough to understand that policy and slogans are different. Slogans help you get power so you can implement your policy. Your policy is what changes material reality. And this is a lesson the left has not yet learned, that it is now learning through people like Francesca Hong and Zoran Mamdani. And the other thing that you need to ask yourself is, why are they saying they won't defund the police? Why are they saying that? Is it because Francesca Hong and Zoran Mamdani love the cops and are liars and opportunists? Or are they saying that because it's politically non-viable, that the masses are so far away from agreeing with the slogan and the groundwork hasn't been laid within both the masses and in the movement for that demand? And it is actually damaging to containing police because they have successfully propagandized against it. And that's the problem, is like a lot of people on the left, again, they don't have any interest in the masses. They have an interest in an inward facing politic of signaling their left, like that they are the leftiest person. They are the most left. And so by saying, so the more a slogan is unpopular with the masses, the more they want to say it because it distinguishes them from normies. You understand? So like the more unpopular a slogan gets, the more they want you to say it. Because because they don't have any fucking obligation to anything. They're just a guy. So if some guy says defund the police on his fucking Twitter, that doesn't mean anything. You understand? And again, I'm not saying, I've always said this. This has always been my position, by the way. I don't, like, slogans are there to convince people and organize them. They're not actual policy. Policy is what we want. But in order to enact policy, you need power. And then people, you know, then we have these conversations about incrementalism, reformism, revolution, blah, 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 blah. But really, it is a question of, do you care about winning? How much are you willing to change to win? And the answer is you have to be able to be flexible to win. And there's a level of flexibility where it becomes selling out. That is true. It's a continuum. There isn't any easy answer. Everything has to be contingent. Everything has to be tactical. There has to be some maneuver. The slogan issue can't be around for 2028. Like, I think we all understand, you know, I always say, go back to the Bolsheviks, right? Peace, land, bread. Peace, land, bread. The Bolsheviks didn't run on the most radical ideas they had. They focused on gaining power by being as persuasive as possible. What is our peace, land, bread? What is actually going to bring in the masses and make them identify as a socialist, while also being in line with our principles? And like, you know, that is like, ultimately, she has to say that. Like, she had to say that, just like Zoran had to say it. Like, well, I mean, she could have said something and lost, right? And then some disgusting right-winger who wants to increase funding and would be focused on containing the left and supporting Israel. So ultimately, like, you know, that is the reality that we're in. Are we actually losing because of that program? What do you think it means when every single socialist of national prominence doesn't agree with it? What do you think that means when Zoran is not for it, AOC is not for it, Bernie's not for it, Fran's not for it, Daria Lisa's not for it even? Don't you understand that maybe the platform is not being developed in a way that is conducive to our expanding power, and that it's actually a bad sign that this is happening? And people will see this and they will come to the conclusion that it's because the electeds are selling out, instead of the other way around, which is maybe we should focus our platform differently. We should develop it differently. I just don't understand the point of putting out a platform that forces the DSA electeds to distance themselves from the DSA. Exactly. It's bad. And it makes us look feckless and weak. It's stupid. There's plenty of radical positions that we could take in alignment with our electeds, you know, and obviously there's going to be a tension here. You know, the incentives of politicians is always going to be in tension with radical reform, right? Like we could all acknowledge that. But I would love to have the problem that Morena has in Mexico, right? Where we've got 70% of the fucking vote. We have 2/3 majority in both chambers. And we're yelling about whether or not AOC is going to do a constitutional amendment to like ban the Supreme Court or just expand it. You know, like I would love to have that problem. The insistence of some of us demanding we keep these vague yet scary sounding slogans is borderline sociopathic. They want people to conform to their ideas without explaining it, or at the very least, they feel entitled to the masses' attention. The thing that really is a red flag for me is that it's fine to have a slogan and then have a really fleshed out implementation, right? Like, how would you go about, quote, defunding the police? Like, what would it be? What would that mean? And even Megan, when she went on Fox News, she didn't go like, oh, yeah, that means we're going to open the prisons tomorrow. She had to be like, well, that's a long-term goal. Well, if Megan can't defend it, then who can? Maybe the slogan is not explaining our position then. Morena is incredibly constrained with what they could do with the Constitution by reactionaries and army and police, and most importantly, America. You don't say. But isn't that a much better position to be in than being arrested and prescribed and banned? I think any socialist slogan or policy will be misrepresented and sold as scary. They do it with Medicare for All. See, the difference between Medicare and for All and defund the police is the masses like Medicare for All. The masses vibe with Medicare for All. That's an effective slogan. But you understand that Medicare for All isn't actually the policy, right? You understand that there is a Medicare for All slogan, but then there's a policy, which is actually not Medicare for All. Medicare for All is just a slogan that's the best. The policy is single payer healthcare. The implementation is not expanding Medicare. It is actually reimagining a single payer program that's completely different than what Medicare is now. You understand that, right? I'm explaining this because I feel like you don't. Like Medicare for All is actually not the policy. It's just it's the selling. It's the puffery. It's people like Medicare So we're saying Medicare for all because there is a widespread positive view of Medicare. But the policy is single payer healthcare. And it's actually better than Medicare for all. Medicare for all would kind of suck, actually. Single payer healthcare is actually like the program that Bernie has written out is actually way better than Medicare for all. But we say Medicare for all because that's marketing. We're marketing our ideas. Bernie's plan was to expand Medicare by 5 years of age at a time, so you're right or wrong. No, I'm not. Again, trust me, I know a lot more about this than you. I'm going to have to pull rank here. I know a lot more about the policy than you. Like a lot more. And you're just going to have to believe me because I don't want to get angry at you. The policy involves massively expanding what Medicare covers. Medicare, as it is now, covers 80% of medical costs, and you have to pay 20% out of pocket. Medicare for all will have no copays, no deductibles, okay? So it's not Medicare for all. It's a different program. It also expands what it covers to include things like audiology or, hearing aids, dental, vision, etc. It's not just Medicare for all being expanded. And I'm saying this because I'm trying to get you to understand that Medicare for all is a slogan, but it's a successful one. Or defund the police or abolish prisons or whatever. Those are ineffective slogans. They're actually counterproductive. The policy is end the prison industrial policy, focus on rehabilitation, end the carceral state, abolish private prisons and private immigration detention, refocus on the causes of crime by shifting resources away from militarized police, right? Like that's the policy. And the problem is that you have a slogan that actually sucks, whereas the policy is much more popular than the slogan. Change the slogan. But there is a lot of incentive to not want to change the slogan because learning a new slogan involves reading something once. And like, this is why I don't care. In fact, I'm glad that I was worried that Fran was going to get trapped into trying to defend bad slogans like defund the police or abolish prisons. I was worried that she was going to, be forced to be like, well, I support it, but blah, 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 blah. I was worried about that because it's very unpopular and nobody understands what the fuck you're talking about. Whereas Zoran has been much more effective, which is we're going to go after the causes of crime. We're going to keep the head count flat. We're going to do reforms. We're going to do this. We're going to develop the public safety and trying to create the space for serious reforms of our policing system. Now, obviously, he's heavily constrained by the NYPD and the city council politically, just like Fran would be.
I believe that the police must still exist.
Still exist? Because the reality of this moment and in the types of public safety systems that we have, I want us to be sensible and realistic, but we know now that the billions invested in the criminal legal system is not working. We are spending on incarcerating an individual more than tuition for UW-Madison. That, this is about making sure that local law enforcement, is working with community, that we are taking resources from the state and investing in things like public education, victim services, out of school programs for our kids to go and have a great, be able to be themselves. These are things that data and facts have shown that prevent crime. Again, if you want to be tough on crime, you better be tough on causes.
Do you still long-term want to abolish police, but ultimately?
I believe that we have to be serious about public safety, and I'm going to be a governor that is more serious than anyone else in making sure that we are building systems of care, that we are focusing on lowering crime, getting guns off of our street, and making sure that folks who are incarcerated, which 90% of those folks will be going back to community, that we're lowering recidivism rate. And it's appalling to me that for folks who are working within our prisons, they have some of the highest suicide rates of any job and occupation. So this system is not working. If we want to be serious, we better be putting these billions into the things that we know prevent crime. Thank you so much.
So do you understand that everything she just said was the socialist perspective, right? But she's having to work around an unpopular slogan, which sucks, right? Everything she said is popular. She's saying we need to focus on reducing recidivism. 90% of prisoners are going to end up back on our streets. We need to make sure they're productive members of society. We needed to go after the causes of crime. We need to give kids after-school opportunities. We need to make communities safe, because that's the actual goal. The goal is not to torture criminals. The goal is to not have criminals. And again, this is something that is the nature of the maturation of our movement is recognizing like, okay, we had a slogan in the context of 2020 and BLM. I understand why that slogan happened, but ultimately it's been poisoned and by the right. But our policies haven't. So let's work a new slogan. You know, it's just like, come on. What are we even trying here? And again, I've always said this. This is not something new from me. If you've been watching me since 2019, I've always said this. I don't like unpopular slogans. If a slogan sucks, I say we throw it in the fucking dumpster. Who cares? Again, slogans are not policy. If a slogan is working, we should yell it from the rooftops. Medicare for all, that's working. Free Palestine, that's working. That's what we should be yelling. We should be yelling the slogans that people like and not yelling the ones that they don't. And like, that's, you know, that's the reality, right? I suppose reform the police doesn't work because it's been used and abused too much. No, I think reform the police works fine. But the problem is socialists don't like it because it's reform. Reform is a dirty word in the modern socialist movement, right? If you say like, I want to reform, they're going, reformists, you don't want socialism. That's really why people hesitate to use it, because they don't want to be, they want to maintain their socialist cred, even though who gives a shit? Like, what are you saying? Sounds like a completely reasonable case that a lot of Democratic and independent voters will agree with. Exactly. That's actually correct. I think the main thing, you know, if I had any suggestions for Fran, I would just be like, I just have like consultant advice, right? Like speaking advice, which is just like, she gets a little bit breathy, you know, which again, that's nerves. Like, I get it. You know, it took me a long time to become more comfortable in front of cameras and like in high pressure situations. Never and try to be still, right? Try to be solid. I think I get this way too. Like I have tics and stuff. So it's just like presentation advice. That's all. I think she did fine. And the other thing is like deliver your lines, vary the speed of your voice. So sometimes you deliver lines and then you let it sit and then you speak more, because she has a tendency to like speak in a run-on sentence a little bit, which again, these are all low level. These are all minor. We all do this shit. It's just something to keep in mind. Fuck the police, fund the people. Like, again, good slogan. There's nothing wrong with that slogan. It's just, you don't want to, and I think she did well. Again, not feeling guilty, not acting like you got caught, just being like, I want to be tough on the causes of crime. These guys are obsessed with punishing people as opposed to actually fixing our streets. They want to do this kind of performative sadism because they're too uncreative and stupid to actually fix a problem in our society. I just think we're making a mountain out of a molehill. By the way, I think this is complete. What I'm trying to say is I back up. I think it's totally reasonable that pretty much every DSA elected is going like, yeah, I don't really like that slogan. If every DSA elected is saying, I don't like that slogan, it's not because they're all sellouts. It's because they get so much feedback from voters and the masses that that it's, and they go, okay, a lot of regular people who really like me are scared of this one slogan. I don't like that slogan. That slogan is a bad slogan. But when I talk to them about the policy, they like the policy. You know, like she just explained defund the police without saying defund the police. You know what I mean? Like she just did. She said, we should be focusing on blah. She didn't say, I'm going to increase police spending ever. So again, this is the same thing with Zoran, right? Like there's obviously, and why do people feel like that? Well, because everyone who's normal has been in a situation where they've needed help. Everybody's been in that situation. Whether you are, have you ever been in a bar and seen a guy starting to like grope a woman? Like we've all been in these situations where we're like, whoa, we need intervention here. And so when you're like, I want to get rid of that protection, like the idea that you have someone to call if something goes sideways, most 90% of normal people are going to be like, that's insane. And so that is what is being conjured in their mind, which again, just means the slogan sucks because again, we're not against public safety. In fact, we're in favor of it. We just don't want cops coming with fucking ARs and blasting people at the slightest provocation. Like instead of defund the police, demilitarize the police. Talk about how the IDF has been training the police and that leads to them killing people instead of de-escalating. You know, like come up with slogans that make sense, right? That, that we are also articulable and everyone agrees with. Like, yeah, maybe cops shouldn't have tanks while our kids have don't have textbooks. And there are plenty of things that everybody would agree is ridiculous, right? You could find some small town sheriff's department that has a fucking tank, and you could be like, that's crazy. Or some small town police department set their cops to train with the IDF. You could talk about that. Why are we like, and it's a convenient way to start talking about Palestine again, which is something that people agree with us on. See, the problem that, again, this is why like having people with some political acumen in the leadership of DSA would be useful. I humbly believe I have political acumen. I believe that I understand the difference between campaigning and governing. When I was canvassing for Claire, I used the point that the NYPD is trained by the IDF that made plenty of on the fence voters support Claire because they had no idea. Exactly. But if I said like, oh, we should change to demilitarize the police, people would go like, oh my God, here we go. We're doing reformism as if defund the police is a real policy, which it is not. Again, it's not. Doesn't mean anything. It is a slogan. Makes you feel radical, which again, that's the most important thing for a lot of people is feeling radical as opposed to being radical. And you know what's radical? Shifting the balance of power in our country away from the military, industrial, prison, industrial complexes. That's the radical change. The problem is that the current leadership was elected by a different organization. They're all part of Reading Group DSA and not the DSA that is winning elections. I know. And I don't hate them. I don't hate the Reading Group people. I don't hate people for, wanting to be more radical. I don't hate that. The problem is, though, that a lot of people think that you can authoritarianly, like you can make the politicians spout the unpopular slogans because of your position at DSA, and the answer is they won't do it. And that's not how a party functions, by the way. Like a successful political party does not make their most popular members denounce their program. Program should be developed in a way to be appealing and in alignment with your ideology, not done in such a way as to be unappealing. I think BLM is actually a good slogan. BLM is actually a really good slogan that they tried to turn, and then I think people understand it. That was an example of a good slogan that started off unpopular and became more popular, right? Whereas defund the police is like Black Lives Matter is a good slogan because it really hardens if you're normal, you're going to be like, of course they do. And if you're a right winger, you're going to be vicious and weird about it. It's a good thing to, it's a good slogan because it creates a good contrast with our enemy. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. When the right wing has policy and then they put on slogans until they find one that sticks. They don't develop slogans and then stick to the slogan and then have no policy, which unfortunately is the way the left currently functions in America, right? Like we should be developing our policies and then trying slogans to find one that people fuck with to represent that policy. Like, for example, instead of saying we need to do an estate tax cut, who has an estate, a rich person, they made it the death tax. But the policy is cut estate taxes. But they kept coming up with different slogans until they found one that kind of resonated. And like, ultimately, that's maturation of a political movement. So all in all, I would say Fran did great. The only thing I would say is like a lot of people on the left in America, they are, and it's something that I've been underlining a lot because I want you guys to see it. Social media influencer brain, which is about brand building for the individual speaking. The individual speaking wants you to think of them as the most left wing as opposed to having any responsibility toward anyone else but themselves. That's what you should ask yourself. When this person is speaking, do they have a response? First of all, are they anonymous? That's number one. Who are they? Two, if they're anonymous and they're telling us to do something unpopular, fuck them. They don't matter. Nurse here, thank you for keeping me sane while I throw pills at these Fox News watching patients every morning. Just block Fox News on every TV and be like, oh, sorry, I don't think we have that channel. Somebody said the stock market's... Oh, okay. Anyway, so I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the Korean stock market is crashing. It's been crashing for like a month now. How's it doing today? Oh, it's down another 6% today. Yeah, there was a bubble, but now there was a big run up, but now it's all giving back, as you can see. So for the last I want to say 3 months or so, it's been crashing. And part of the reason why is, I don't know if you guys saw this, but China has cracked ultraviolet lithography. China has developed A technology that they said last year would take 15 years to develop, they've delivered in 18 months.
ASML can do because it's incredibly complex. And it's why hasn't a Chinese company done what ASML can do? Because it's incredibly complex. And it's no different with this story as well. If we look at the details of the report, firstly, the scale was important. The information reporting that the unnamed Chinese company is looking to produce about 5 of these machines this year to ramp up to 20 next year, and that is going to go to China's leading chip makers. In comparison, 130 DUV immersion machines are expected to come out of ASML this year, with a 30% increase next year and a 30% increase the year after. The other important point here is a word called yield. It's a piece of jargon in the semiconductor industry, but it effectively means the number of usable chips coming out of a manufacturer. Now, yield is focused on so heavily by the likes of TSMC, Samsung and others when they're producing these chips because they want no wastage. They want the max amount of usable chips. The question is, are the DUV machines that are coming out of China good enough to create the yields that these chip makers are requiring and at least near or on par with ASML? Finally, is this a big threat to ASML? Right now, I'd say in the short term, no. Reason being is some of these immersion DUV machines are already export controlled by various restrictions from the US and the Netherlands for ASML. So they can't ship some of these anyway. So the machines China is producing are going to probably go to the Chinese fabs out there, the foundries, the manufacturers. So there's not a massive loss here right now for ASML because those machines are just being sent to the Chinese fabs. So they're already supply.
So one of the things that's interesting is about, when was this? A couple of years ago, back in December 2024, ASML CEO says China is 18 months ago, is 10 to 15 years behind in chip making capabilities. It's well known that even in the best-in-class DUV tools, Chinese fab SMIC will be unable to match TSMC's process technologies cost effectively. This is because Chinese companies cannot access leading-edge EUV lithography tools. By banning the export of EUV, China will lag 10 to 15 years behind the West. ASML has never shipped its EUV tools to China due to the Wassenaar arrangement, despite SMIC's reported order for 1 EUV machine. The details remain unclear, but ASML did not deliver the machine to the Chinese foundry due to U.S. sanctions. Having understood that EUV tools are not coming to China, Huawei and its partners have explored extreme ultraviolet lithography themselves with the aim of building their own lithography chip making tools and ecosystem, which will take 10 to 15 years at best. Oops.
Not a bad day to be a Chinese chip maker. Shares of CXMT soaring over 500% right now on market debut. This is Asia's biggest IPO for 2026, and it is already China's biggest listed firm. Our China reporter Elaine Yu has been keeping track of all of the action this morning. She joins us now with more. Elaine, a huge pop here. Walk us through it.
That's right. This is a blockbuster debut for CXMT.
Curb
this is
theme
China's
plays.
largest and state-backed DRAM producer. It surged more than 470% at the open in the first few minutes, and now it's up more than 530%. That's lifting its market cap to more than $480 billion, even in the opening minutes, and making it the most valuable listed company by market cap. And this rally has been a reflection of a buildup of investor demand. We've had investors selling their existing tech stocks to take part in this offering, but also because there's a limited public float. Only 6.7% is freely tradable. And then you have that scarcity premium that is benefiting this company too, as the only pure play memory company in China that's listed right now. And I was talking to Theodore Shou of EE Capital earlier today. He said right now this listing in the short term is driven by sentiments and this momentum we're seeing, but he did say that over time it will gradually fall back in line with the broader market. And here's what he had to say about his longer term outlook.
I have no doubt the company is going to grow to be a global leader. It's maybe just a question of time that it can be not only a challenger, it can really be a global champion in this particular sector. We have seen the same stories with other similar sectors in the past. I do think as a business, these memory chip businesses are sustainable, but the great margins that we're seeing today, the net profitability that we're seeing today are not sustainable. You have to kind of normalize them over a cycle. We are right at the peak, not necessarily for the share price, but at the peak of demand and supply imbalance, right? There is a significant over demand than supply. And that imbalance is leading to this great margin that everyone in the market is enjoying. That is not sustainable. That will ultimately come down. And as I said, those are cyclical industries, so they will come down.
And given the cycle, he said that for the survivors, those who can weather these storms will become stronger, emerge the other end stronger. Dan?
Elaine, how has the government supported the company's rise, and how much pricing power does it have now? This is not necessarily like for like with the US or European firm, right?
That's right. And in fact, its rise, the company's rise has been powered by state backing. It's been crucial to its development in the last 10 years. State investors now hold roughly half of the company, and it's really gained pricing power at home as well. Reuters has reported that CXMT has repeatedly hiked prices even for Huawei and rejected its requests for relief. And Reuters has also reported that it's been selective with customers, and in some cases charging even more than its South Korean rivals. So it shows that the company has real commercial leverage that's growing here. But as you say, there are major challenges still, especially with the export controls led by the U.S. that is blocking its access to the most advanced lithography machine. So the real longer-term test will be whether CXMT can use these IPO funds to help narrow the gap technologically with the global leaders, which it currently still lags behind. And Theater Show was also saying now valuations are also peaking along with the memory cycle, although the cycle will peak will probably remain for some time. And he said that for average individual investors, there's no need to rush in given the current valuation. Dan?
Elaine, really appreciate the update. Thanks for bringing us the latest on that mega IPO.
Oh boy, and is the stock market having a bad day? Oh boy, yeah. Oil prices jumped more than 7% after Trump says U.S. will hit Iran hard. Trump says U.S. will give Iran beating after surprise attack? What surprise attack? The U.S. is the one who started this with a surprise attack. That's insane. And here we go again, chat. Wow, I can't believe oil's going back up to $100 a barrel again. Wow, it turns out the peace deal was bullshit. I can't believe this is happening again. I couldn't have seen this coming. Oh, wait, I said this is exactly what would happen. Oh, damn, it's happening. It's going to $100 a barrel again. Like, I almost don't even know what to say, right? Iran attacked Jordan because they were informed they were committing perfidy during the ceasefire and realizing that Oman negotiations were a ruse. Yeah, why would Iran ever trust negotiations again? They've been assassinated multiple times during negotiations. Anyway, back to China winning.
This is continuous 10. It never, ever, ever stops.
The tin is streaming through a perfectly calibrated nozzle, which we saw being built in San Diego, at a rate of 50,000 droplets per second. A 30 kilowatt carbon dioxide laser hits each droplet twice per second, vaporizing them into plasma. These tiny explosions are what emit photons of EUV light. A huge number of tin explosions need to happen because only about 5% of the photons reach the actual wafer. The light particles are so short they get absorbed by mirrors, the typical method used to precisely aim light through a lens. So ASML partnered with German optics company Zeiss, which makes the flattest surface in the world.
The flatness is really just incredible.
This is continuous 10.
Okay, so we're talking about how we make super advanced chips. It's some science shit. It's some fucking magic. Lindsey Graham's final attempt to influence pro-Israel sentiment. Toes out for Israel. No, Kyle, no. Kyle, no. Fucking Kyle, dude. Jesus Christ. So, life is good, chat. Fran is gonna win. Who else said that Fran could win but me? Did I not say we could win races that nobody expects? We just have to run? Do you guys remember? That's what I've been saying for a year. I said, we just have to run. The sky's the limit. We need more people to run for office. And I was screaming for the rooftops. Well, guess what? This is exactly the point. And there was one DSA that listened, Wisconsin DSA. They actually met the moment. They actually met the moment and they ran. And we helped her out. We've raised her $38,000. $38,000. Actually, where are we at right now? Let's see if we can get that. Who wants to get it up to 40? Okay, we're at 36,505. This is the reality. This is the reality, is we actually took advantage of the opportunity and we ran, and now Fran is gonna win. It dropped? No. I just didn't know the number and I looked it up. It was 36,505. The black shirt works looking swole. Yeah, I'm very swole. I'm huge. Northeast Wisconsin DSA has grown thanks to the Hong campaign. Wow, are you sure? Are you sure that, wait a minute, chatter, are you sure that you haven't, Francesca hasn't depleted your resources and your capacity? Are you sure that it hasn't depleted your capacity? Because that's what I was told. That's what I was told. It depletes our capacity to run. Wait, you're growing? You mean going for more power in the biggest race of the year has actually made you grow? I'm hosting Wisconsin gubernatorial candidate Francesca Hong in a wide-ranging discussion of socialist politics, the genocide in Gaza, and her desire to be the first ever socialist governor in the United States, live right now. Like, it's what can he say? Didn't she launch here? I believe we were her first video interview. I think we were her first video interview, but maybe I'm wrong. I think it was basically like her one of her launch. It was part of her launch program, like her first video interview. Replying to your own post, LOL. What? Yeah, of course. How many people were in September 18th, 2025 were Francesca Hong stands? Personally, I didn't go for local endorsement because I understand that endorsement means a commitment of resources. We have 3 other bigger races to focus on. I honestly need to take over DSA and at least some electoral work, because god damn it, I have had programs that I developed that I need to explain to people. You can run what's called a coordinated campaign. This is a very old thing where if you have a group of people that are cadre, meaning they're all on board with each other, you can run as a slate, and you can use the credibility of the most prominent members to build up the support of other members. So let's say that I want to knock doors for Francesca Hong. What does that mean? Well, it means I have to drive to a specific group of houses and apartments, right? Well, those houses and apartments, they're in a state representative district, and they're inside a state senate district, and they're inside a congressional district, and they're inside Wisconsin. You see what I mean? Every time I knock a door, that's 4 rate. I mean, they're inside a city council district, and they're inside of a city. They're in 8 different political subdivisions, right? Oh no. What is General Sherman is in my bookshelf. General Sherman is in my bookshelf behind me. She's committing terrorism. She's like, why did you cover what are you guys doing? She doesn't like these sculptures that Vio got me, the creepy sculptures. What is she trying to do? What the they really don't like the gnomes. Correct. They've been going around assassinating the gnomes. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So when you knock on a door, you're knocking on a door for 6 or 10 political subdivisions. So if we run a coordinated campaign, you say, are you a DSA? Are you a socialist? Do you like Bernie Sanders? Do you like AOC? Do you like Francesca Hong? Do you like Zohran Mamdani? And they're like, yeah. Be like, well, here is the DSA slate. When you go to vote for all these people. And they're like, oh, cool. That's awesome. Thank you. And then you can be like, these are, Francesca believes at a AI moratorium. Oh my God, she's talking. They're both here, chat. They're both committing terrorism. That's a scratching post. Show the cast. They're right behind me. They're right there. So that socialist slate instantaneously increases the power and efficacy of every door knock. So instead of having to knock that same door 6 times for 6 different candidates, they could all concentrate their volunteers together. They could coordinate them. And then, if one area is stronger and they've used up they've knocked all their door universe, and they've knocked through their universe, they could then be deployed over in another district where maybe there's a little bit of a lower volunteer rate to help kind of push a candidate up. And that way, instead of having so uneven of a distribution of DSA field organizing, we could use it across the entire state to maybe fill into communities that we're still building up. So I want to see DSA coordinated campaigns. I want DSA to be the most coveted endorsement you can get. He's knocking down a gnome. I just heard another gnome went down. They're getting him. Do you see? He's like getting the gnome. She's knocking these little gnomes down. This is what they look like. They're going around and finding these little gnomes, and they're just knocking them down. They don't like them. She just knocked another one down. Good, teach us, comrade. I'd love to do that, but there's no national training on that. That's what I would like to build. I want to build a DSA program for a coordinated campaign. I want us to develop best practices for organizing volunteers for campaigns and integrating them into DSA, right? I want people that are like, I really like Fran and I want to volunteer for her. I want them to join DSA. I would love to help people. I would like discounted memberships or gift memberships for people that have completed canvassing for their first year. Like, I want people to get into DSA and be integrated through their electoral work. You try to get the red one up there. No. You could already join DSA for free. Yeah, but I don't want people to join DSA for free. I want to raise money for DSA. You understand that gifted subscriptions is a way of raising money from wealthier comrades to help them get a feeling of investment. Also, when somebody gets gifted a membership as opposed to getting it for free, they feel more of a commitment psychologically to the person that gave them a gift and will increase their buy-in. Again, these are leadership ideas. You probably don't understand what I'm trying to say here. You know, I'm persuading people and creating conditions where they want to engage in the long run. DSA what, though? DSA of my state or DSA national? As far as I'm concerned, DSA national is not really... It's not really how DSA is practiced. DSA is a community-based org. And, you know, if we're going to centralize it, it would have to also be more democratic. If we were to try to centralize DSA, I would only be comfortable with that with one member, one vote. If we don't have one member, one vote, then I don't want it centralized, because then it's just who is best able to, like, manipulate the delegate process. It basically becomes DNC2. My only point was the discounted membership loses its shine when it could be joined free. I honestly don't think we should have free memberships, to be honest with you. If I'm being completely honest with you, I don't think we should have free memberships. And before people say I'm being classist or whatever. I don't think keeping a strong participatory deliberative democracy is DNC 2.0. This is very flawed analysis. I'm saying in the event of more centralization. In the event of more centralization, we would need to reform the way that the national is created. If we're going to keep it as decentralized as it is, then I don't care. Have it be this like delegate of a delegate. Have it be the Senate of socialism, which is what it is now. But if you're going to centralize it and try to like mandate shit, well, then it can't just be some clique that knows how to manipulate the convention process. It has to be broad-based membership run. Anyway, let's keep going. And the reason why is because I'm confident that my positions are going to be popular with people that want to join DSA, which is, if somebody doesn't think their position is going to be popular with the people that pay money to DSA, that's not a good sign. Like, if your position is so radical that it would not be popular with 120,000, 0.03% of the population that pay money to DSA, then perhaps your position is not representative of the movement and maybe should not be leading it. In before, I have more time to spend, so therefore my opinion is more valid. All right, let's go and talk about Francesca Hong just winning.
There's a very consequential governor's race unfolding in Emily's home state of Wisconsin, and we are joined now by one of the leading candidates. Francesca Hong is a state representative there. She is also a socialist and is running to be the first socialist governor of any state in the country. Welcome. It's great to have you.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, of course. Polls have you up, so looks like things are going pretty well for you. What do you see on the campaign trail? What do you think are the core issues that voters are considering right now in the Democratic primary?
Grappling with rising costs, public schools that have been defunded for over 16 years, the construction of AI data centers, and affordable health care.
Tell us a little bit more, when you're on the campaign trail, how people, Wisconsin has a very interesting particular history actually in America with socialism. So talk to us a bit about how that label is playing on a campaign trail. Obviously you're in a primary right now. Do you get questions about electability? What have those discussions looked like?
Almost every day. You know, I have to remind folks that the person who is most electable is the person who wins the most votes. But Wisconsin has a strong progressive history. Milwaukee, Wisconsin is where sewer socialism was born. This is the state of kindergarten, environmentalism, Social Security, and unemployment insurance. We've had trailblazers like Fighting Bob LaFollette, Val Phillips, and Gaylord Nelson. I get asked every day, why run as a Democratic Socialist? And I remind folks that I'm a Democratic Socialist running on the Democratic ticket, but being a Democratic Socialist means that I am committed to the work and workers first, in ensuring that we are fixing a rigged system that is designed to uphold the billionaire class and the elite. And when we focus on making sure that working class people across the state have what they need to live a life of dignity, the entire state will.
What did she knock down? Did she knock down a statue? What did she do?
Right.
Representative Hong, as I'm sure you're well aware, there's been a bit of a centrist establishment freakout happening in the Democratic Party about the rise of candidates such as yourself, or Zahra Mamdani, or Darya Villa Chevalier, or Claire Valdez in New York City. One entrant in this freakout has been Van Jones, of course, prominent commentator on CNN. I want to get your reaction to a video that he put out recently about how he sees this kind of intra-party fight.
All right, a quick message to my friends on the far left. Quit pooping in the Kool-Aid bowl and telling us that the turds are ice cubes. They're not ice cubes, and I want to talk about it. Van Jones. Everything that's good in our party, I believe in, have believed in for a long time. Do I want universal health care, Medicare for all, whatever you want to call it? Absolutely. If you are sick, you should be able to go see a doctor. That's a good idea. I want free education for everybody as long as they want to keep learning. I think that's a good idea. The Green New Deal, I'm the author of the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal is my phrase from my first book in 2008. There's nobody more committed to criminal justice reform than me, ecological solutions, the whole deal. These are our ideals as progressives. We should fight for them. We need them now more than ever. But what does that have to do with supporting Hamas? What does that have to do with putting up candidates who say we should have no police, no prisons, we can't deport anybody, even if they commit rape or murder? Israel shouldn't exist.
Okay, a couple things here. I don't think we should deport murderers. They should stay in prison. If you deport them, they could be released by their home country. There's a reason a lot of pedophiles flee to Israel, because they don't get prosecuted there. So I actually think that is the soft on crime position. And this is like, when I say this, it almost sounds like bordering on anti-Semitic, but it's true. Like, when a Jewish person is accused of pedophilia in America, they oftentimes flee to Israel because they have a right of return. This is a real phenomenon that has been reported by CBS News, not some right-wing conspiracy theory site. And like, even Israelis are disgusted and sick of it because of how common it is.
A CBS News investigation has uncovered a loophole that allows accused and convicted American pedophiles to escape justice by moving to Israel. So Ian Lee has been following this for more than a year, and he traveled to Israel for this investigation. He worked with a group that tracks people accused of sex crimes, which estimates dozens of Americans have used this loophole.
So, he's 6'2".
We are on a stakeout looking for this man, Jimmy Julius Caro, 48 years old and wanted on charges of sexually assaulting a 9-year-old girl in Oregon back in 2000 and a 5-year-old girl in Israel in 2001. He's considered dangerous. But these photos are a few years old, so we don't know if he'll look the
So obviously we could watch more of it, but I just want you to understand that I'm not just saying some crazy anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, okay? This is real. And unfortunately, and this oftentimes happens when you're dealing with Israel. When you state a fact about Israel, people will think that you're making it up because it's so insane and evil. So you have to make sure that when you say the truth, you have the resources, that you have the receipts ready, so people don't think you're lying. And that is a big problem. Like, a big impediment for criticizing Israel is that they're so fucking evil that you got to make sure you have the receipts ready, and they need to be as neutral and as mainstream as possible, because you want to avoid being categorized as a conspiracy theorist.
These are terrible ideas. These are awful ideas. Where did these ideas even come from?
Okay, and so the thing about Van Jones, abolish the police or defund prisons and all these things, these are not that radical of ideas. In fact, a lot of Republicans used to push them in the 70s. There was a major Republican congressman who was in favor of abolishing prisons. Fuck, who was it? 70s, who fought for prison abolition. Fuck, I'm trying to remember who it is. Ah, yes. Ha. I found it. Stuart McKinney is his name. In the 60s and 70s, attorneys general and Republican congressmen were among the many arguing that prison was immoral. Can those days return? And like, I'm just saying that if you think that the idea of prison abolition is just something that we came up with at DSA 5 minutes ago in reaction to BLM, it's no. It's from extensive study into how prisons are not effective in controlling crime, right? Like the purpose of imprisonment, the purpose of the criminal justice system is to ensure a tranquil and harmonious society where everyone respects each other's rights. That's why we have the justice system. That's why we have the court system. That's why we supposedly have police, right? It is supposedly for defending each other's rights. You can't trample on my rights. I can't trample on your rights. Now, the Marxist analysis, the socialist analysis is actually police are there to protect the bourgeois and their private property rights, and everything else is secondary. But that's at least what they tell everybody. The reason why we have cops, right? To protect and serve. Juan G. Morales belonged to the 1970s crush of incarcerated men and women who asked the courts to ease the harshness of prison life. Morales was incarcerated in the state of Wisconsin, and his jailers were not allowing him to exchange letters with his lover. He brought an action in federal court against the state in order for his right to correspondence to be restored. His case comes to Judge James E. Doyle, father to a future governor. Doyle sided with Morales, and the language he employed says much about how the prison system was viewed by mainstream America at the time. I'm persuaded that the institution of prison probably must end. In many respects, it is as intolerable within the United States as was the institution of slavery. Equally brutalizing to all involved, equally toxic to the social system, equally subversive to the brotherhood of man, even more costly by some standards, and probably less rational. And like, that is the reality, right? Like this is peak woke. People can have these conversations with a kind of reasonable understanding that we don't have the solution, criminal justice, fully figured out, but we do know systems that are working better, like the Norwegian system, which focuses on rehabilitation, which focuses on, turning prisoners into productive members of society. So we have a 60% recidivism rate. In Norway, they have a 10%. And to a conservative, the fact that Norway still has some recidivism means that all that stuff was pointless, right? So instead of 6 in 10 prisoners becoming criminal and remaining criminal, only 1 in 10. But to them, you haven't completely eliminated it, so therefore it's not worth doing. Now, I think that's irrational. I think having a shit ton less criminals and a shit ton more people that heal themselves, heal their antisocial behavior, become productive members of society, become integrated in society, that is a worthwhile goal, instead of just performatively and sadistically punishing people for no gain. And that's why, the thing about Van Jones is he knows all this. The thing that really is disgusting about somebody like Van Jones is Van Jones understands this. Van Jones understands what I am saying. He knows it to be true, and yet he turns around and lies. So why is he lying? Because he got $100 million from Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos gave Van Jones $100 million. I'm not kidding. Van Jones got the 100 million Bezos award. You think he gives this to people that are challenging his power? Why the fuck is this guy on TV? Go to a beach, motherfucker.
If we want people to join this party, when people come to the party, you want to give them a wonderful punch bowl of wonderful ideas like this. Who is putting the poop in the punch bowl? Bruh. Why are these ideas in our punch bowl?
Interesting stylistic choices being made there, but respond to his concerns here and his critiques. He says that bad regressive ideas are being snuck into the party by candidates such as yourself. What is your response to that?
We need.
Can I gotta pause it and bring it back before Fran talks, which is like, what is it about Israeli Zionist supporters and their obsession with poop? I have noticed this, like, consistently, whenever I interact with Zionists, either some sort of like rape analogy is happening, some sort of like pedophilic joke, or some sort of poop related joke. Every fucking time. They cannot have a conversation that does not involve scatological humor at the minimum. They're fucking weird.
these ideas in our punch bowl.
Interesting stylistic choices being made there, but respond to his concerns here and his critiques. He says that bad regressive ideas are being snuck into the party by candidates such as yourself. What is your response to that?
We need to build the broadest big tent coalition that we can to fight fascism and rising authoritarianism and the Trump regime together. I think that if we alienate voters, especially those who are committed to human rights, what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. That, fighting to ensure that we actually fix the systemic issues around criminal legal reform and make sure that we're investing in systems of care first. I think it's disappointing that we would continue to be divisive when our campaign is focused on building this really wonderful, multiracial, multi-geographic, multi-faith coalition with voters in every corner of the state, including Republicans and independents. And I think that if we are to be stronger as a Democratic Party, if we are going to build durable power as a Democratic Party, we cannot alienate those on the left. And I think that, I welcome some of Van Jones's commitments to universal policies. I think they're the only ones that will make sure that we don't come back to these moments, that we ensure human rights for folks. But to make this about, the human rights violations of Israel and making this about the left focusing on these slogans, I think is a disservice to building this coalition that we need to build together.
I think one of the things that you need to understand is remember, I'm not saying that people are copying what I say, but of all the politicians in the country, the ones that are the closest to Mike from PA thought are the Wisconsin DSA. The Wisconsin DSA politicians are the closest to Mike from PA thought. They're in here watching. And I want you to understand that this is exactly the message. It's slogans come and go, right? I don't think you're going to be hearing Republicans say, make America great again in a couple of years once Trump is turfed out of office, because they're going to know that slogan is in the ash heap of history. Okay? They come and fucking go. It's about policy. It's about whether people's lives are improving, whether public safety is improved, whether school is improved, whether crime is down. That is how you should measure someone. Not the rhetoric they use, but on their results. Mike, you got 105 bomb gifties. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I didn't notice. Living Shadows, thank you for 105 gifted subs. What the fuck? How did I miss that? Chat, why did you not yell at me more? Chat, yell at me more. What the fuck? Living Shadows, thank you so much. You are the best. I appreciate you tremendously. We're getting close to our goal of 6,420. Meme number. We're going to make it to the meme number. And then it's 6969. Meme number.
Senator Bernie Sanders famously once called open borders a quote Koch brothers proposal. And
by the way, that's true. The thing about borders is that what we're talking about is a transfer of sovereignty, right? We're talking about that. When a person comes into a border, there's a transfer of sovereignty. And so there is a transfer of responsibility as well. When people come into our country as a guest or as a worker or as an immigrant, they're entering our responsibility. And they have responsibilities and duties as well. All right? That is what we're talking about. And one of those things is to prevent the spread of, for example, agricultural blights, the prevention of the spread of invasive species, the prevention of the trafficking of people, because, that is something that we need to make sure is not happening. We need to make sure that products are not being smuggled in that are unsafe or counterfeit. There are legitimate checks when a person transitioned from one area of sovereignty and responsibility to another. And then, that's totally normal and actually needed. Because if you don't, for example, in New Zealand, if they don't screen for invasive species, they have a really unique ecological niche in New Zealand where bird species have taken the position of mammals. So rats and other mammals and cats and stuff that come into New Zealand, they can actually destroy this unique ecological niche and destroy these unique species. Like, for example, the kakapo, the flightless parrot, the kakapo, excuse me. Oh, wait, kukapo. What is it? It's kaka. It's kaka. Oh, flightless bird. Kavapu? Yeah, Cavapoo. Sorry. Here, I'll show you what I mean. No, it's cockapose. I was right. Apparently, they have a lot of different names. I want this animal, I want this species to be protected.
It ought to be impossible to describe a creature as looking old-fashioned, but that's exactly how Sirocco looks, with his big sideburns and his Victorian gentleman's face.
Huge. It's actually nice to see him wandering around in the forest undergrowth.
You can see he's got very good camouflage.
He has. That colours.
So, you know, evolution hasn't entirely rendered him useless.
Hello.
Here's the thing, though. They get absolutely murdered by cats because they lived in an environment that did not have mammalian predators. So they're an endangered species. They're very rare, but in order to protect them, New Zealand has to prevent like outdoor cats. They have to prevent rats from spreading, things like that, because those are invasive species. And you need to make sure that when somebody flies on a 747 to New Zealand, they're bringing animals and species from across the world that could destroy the unique ecological environment. So there needs to be some sort of like, hey, let's make sure you're not bringing in this stuff. Let's make sure that we are limiting the ecological impact. That is border controls. Those are always going to need. If we had no countries, we would still need to have that. So nobody's saying completely uncontrolled everything. That would be crazy.
You're going to look in the lens.
A typical male, Sirocco is clearly only interested in one thing.
He's wearing a green shirt, chat.
Oh, look at that.
Ow. God, he's got sharp claws.
He's getting a bit frisky.
Ow. Ow.
Do you think it is he's actually attempting a sort of mating ritual? He is. Oh, you must. You are being shagged.
Or not. Ow. God, it's sharp.
Look, he's so happy.
Sorry. One of the funniest things I've ever seen.
You are being shagged by a rare parrot. He thinks you are.
Ow.
And he's really going for it. Wow, you've chosen him? Is it actually, you were in pain, aren't you?
That's right.
Oh, his neck is covered.
Am I? He's fine, but it's really sharp.
Did that
claws.
hurt?
Yeah.
He wants aftercare. He's not a typical male. He did aftercare. He is not a typical male.
Yeah, you've got blood there and blood there and blood there. We should patch you up, to be honest, because it's not good. But
well,
I want you to call.
That's another satisfied customer.
To call the chick. When you have the chick, I want you to call it Stephen for me. Would you do that?
I'm not sure how to take that.
Egg will come out of your mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the television first. You've seen Mark Carwardine, who has devoted his life to conserving animals, actually taking an active part in the conservation and breeding of a whole new generation, of a whole new species, Homo cacapens.
Okay. We got it. He got shagged by a rare parrot. But you get my point, right? Like, and so we're reasonable. We're intelligent human beings. We understand that human beings didn't have the technology and the world was not built, natural selection did not happen around jets flying 600 knots around the fucking world, okay? There was just a plane that was flown from Australia to Toulouse, France in one flight. The first over 24-hour commercial flight was just flown. I don't know if you guys saw that. They crossed the Pacific and the Atlantic. So obviously, we want to make sure that there's not going to be invasive species. There's not going to be ecological damage. If somebody's moving that far across the world, we need to make sure that there is not a transmission of, say, like a novel form of disease. Sanity checks. Get off a plane from across the world. Make sure that nobody's being trafficked or nobody's being abused, nobody's being kidnapped. It's just common sense. We're always going to have those types of controls. And if somebody wants to come in America to work, we need to make sure that they are not being labor exploited. They're not being Beau of the Fifth Column, where they're forced to work for less than minimum wage, right? And that they're charged, money for like, that is what our immigration system should be. It should be about orderly. It should be orderly. It should be about protecting the environment, protecting the travelers. It should be about maintaining the sovereignty of our society, while also respecting the freedom of people to flow around the world, to take advantage of the talent of migrants and provide refuge to refugees. All of this makes sense, but our immigration policy is dysfunctional, disorderly. There's no way for someone to travel to our country if they want to work legitimately. That's not allowed. There's this very narrow worker's visa that they have to get with an employer, which gives the employer all sorts of power over them. And then they have to pay all this money, and it's limited. So we have all these jobs that foreign workers are doing, migrant workers are doing, and it's all illegal. So that creates a lot of the problems with immigration, because there's no rational, sane way for someone to say, work in America and live in Mexico, even though that's how it used to work up until the 60s. People used to live in Mexico. They drive up to a farm in America. They'd pick fruit, and then they drive home. That used to be something, or commute home. That used to be something people did. But now that's illegal. You can't do that. That's insane. And so when we talk about having our borders be functional and our immigration system be rational and humane, it will benefit all of us.
Curious if you think the Biden immigration surge, which according to the New York Times was 8 million non-citizens coming in over the course of about 3 years, do you think that put downward pressure on Wisconsin workers' wages? And is there any room then for deportation of people who are non-criminals, whether it's through ICE or another law enforcement agency, in the name of controlling wages and putting American workers first?
Right now, our dairy farms, our agricultural center, meat packing, education, every single sector across the state relies on the leadership and the contributions of immigrants. And I think that right now, when it comes to suppression of wages or those conversations around potential deportation or impact in the workforce, we are struggling to make sure that all of our communities feel safe to be able to go to work. And, policies like driver's license for all and in-state tuition for DACA recipients, these are incredibly popular positions that, we have the Farm Bureau supporting driver's licenses for all here in Wisconsin. So I think that this manufactured crisis at times and fear-mongering, especially in the age of growing layoffs from the era of AI, it's important to recognize that we have to be fighting for our neighbors.
You mentioned that you get a lot of questions about why identify as a socialist and are you electable in a general election. There was a Marquette poll recently, this was featured on the Wisconsin Public Radio site, that had all of the candidates, and everybody was within target distance of the Republican candidate, but they did have Mandela Barnes outperforming and winning, and you were somewhat behind the Republican candidate, Tiffany. So I'm curious, how do you view that poll? What do you make of how you will sell, a socialist candidate and a socialist ideology to a broader Wisconsin electorate?
It's important to remember that we still have about 45% of voters in that last Marquette poll who are undecided. That we will have another Marquette poll coming out on Wednesday because we had some shifts in the Democratic primary candidates with the county executive coming back in with the governor's endorsement. I think one of the advantages that the former lieutenant governor has is that there is a broader name recognition. And so in a head-to-head, oftentimes you'll find the person who has the broadest name recognition in a better position. But I think that our movement is growing. We have new donors every day. We're already beating Tom Tiffany, who is a traitor, an election denier, somebody who supports a national abortion ban and has voted to gut health care and food share away from our kids. The more people see that who he is and what his voting record is, because right now they're out here trying to make him out to be this, grew up on the dairy farm and is this nice average guy. But who he is truly somebody who's going to put Trump ahead of every single Wisconsinite. So we're excited to have more individual donors than Tiffany, more individual donations, over 22,000 donations, in fact, from every county here in this state. I think having led in every Marquette poll and growing our lead shows that the coalition is growing, that we are an organizing first campaign, that over the weekend, our volunteers hit over 35,000 doors across the state. And we are growing momentum in rural, more purple or red areas. And it's a multi-generational coalition. And I think this sort of excitement and joy belongs in a new type of politics and is part of resistance building as well. We get to have fun when it comes to campaigns and be serious about the issue.
Abdul Sayed over in Michigan, we've covered his race a lot. I'm sure you're following.
The one thing I would say about Fran, which I love about her, is she has a very, very good way of communicating all of her ideas and showing the linkage between each point, right? The only thing that I would suggest, if I could, for Fran is it's a public speaking style of sometimes you just deliver a point, let it hang for a second, right? She's a little bit she does this thing where she just wants to go to the next idea. Sometimes you have to say, Tom Tiffany is a traitor. He is an election denier. He voted to cut funding for our, for schools. Like just a little bit of like that, right? Where you're saying, like she says, Tom Tiffany is a traitor who, blah, 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 like, but sometimes you just need to add that period, right? Tom Tiffany is a traitor. Let everybody go, whoa. Tom Tiffany's a traitor, and then say he's an election denier, period. He supports January 6th pardons, period. And on top of that, he voted to cut funding for food for our kids, period. Like let it rest for a second. Give it a moment, And when you have a word like traitor, savor that word. Tom Tiffany is a traitor. Like that's just my advice. Like if I were to give advice to Fran about speaking, that would be just a mild suggestion of mine, because she's saying a lot of good shit, and I'm very autistic, so I can lock in. But for normies, just a little bit more of some flair can go a long way. You just want her to speak like you? No, I'm giving these are general pieces of speaking advice. Just allow ideas to like sit, because if you say something and then you don't, that's why sometimes I repeat myself. Because repeating yourself lets the audience kind of mentally catch up. And it gives you a little bit more time yourself to go, plot where you're going to go next. Hey, I've only been doing public speaking for money for, what is it, 7 years, 8 years, actually 12 years now. So Fran and Abdul are well-spoken and have clear and concise answers for everything. No dodging or nothing burger answers. I agree like that. I agree with you. I agree. Like if somebody says, do you want to defund the police? Just be like, no. I believe we should be fighting the causes of crime, right? We should spend money on the things that actually reduce crime that have been proven to work, to reduce recidivism rates, blah, 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 blah. Like, you know what I mean? If you don't want to say defund the police, don't worry about DSA people getting mad at you over that. Just say, no, I'm not going to abolish the police. And then you go and say all the like reforms you're going to do. And you hope people are smart enough to understand that a slogan is not policy. These are all just like, kind of gentle piece of advice. And like generally, I think Fran is an able presenter. It's just about stepping up to the next level. That's all. She's not doing anything too terrible. I just really want her to win.
It closely as well. He has a similar worldview, but he does not describe himself as a socialist. He was asked in a debate last night. He says, no, I'm a capitalist. And I'm wondering if you think that the socialist label is still scary for voters, and how you put them at ease, how you explain your view.
The socialist label is scary to the elites running this country, because they know it means we're going to actually go after them. If you like the status quo, stick with the people too scared to piss off the rich.
Of what socialism
Something
or democratic
like
socialism is.
I am a former small business owner. I owned a small restaurant in downtown Madison, close to my legislative office, for almost 7 years. I support, union rights and making sure that we have living wages, healthcare for all, universal childcare, fully funded public schools.
They're committing terrorism behind me again. They knocked down the statues. Did you guys watch? They don't like they don't like the creepy statues. They don't like these creepy statues. They keep knocking them down. Here's a clip of Francesca responding to a question about responding to police. We watched it earlier.
Fully funding our local governments. Democratic socialism to me means that we are a government that puts working class people first, ahead of corporations and the elite and the ultra wealthy. And so
you're back.
When I explain democratic socialism in a way through the Green Bay Packers, filling potholes, making sure that we're funding public schools, the pride and the collective joy that comes with our only publicly owned NFL team, it helps folks to realize this is so much more about the economic populist issues that are growing in popularity. I think democratic socialism is sensible. What is radical is the fact that we still have a $7.25 minimum wage in our state, $2.33 an hour for a tipped minimum wage. So these sort of working class people first policies are what is popular with folks across our state. And democratic socialism holds me accountable to my principles of human rights, democracy, and fairness. It's why we need to tax the rich. And I think with growing momentum of organizations like DSA, the political home they're providing, even though they're not a party, the organizing skills and tools, we reflect a lot of that too. We want communities across the state to have the organizing tools and knowledge to be able to continue to build local community power, community safety, community care, and that should grow out and be across the state. And so for me, democratic socialism is also an accountability measure to make sure I'm holding true to my principles.
Well, my last question is on this. I was just going to say, Crystal, on the taxation issue, it's pretty well documented that Wisconsin has benefited from people and businesses coming up from Illinois in the sense that Wisconsin is seen as having a more competitive business climate. So are you sensitive to the issue of perhaps losing some of that competitive edge if taxes go up? How do we increase taxes in the state of Wisconsin in a way that also ensures we're still working? You said you're a small business owner, working with the business community to make sure that people aren't going to other nearby states that maybe border in the southeastern part or in different parts of the state. And at the same time, though, make sure that the system is fair.
99% of the businesses in Wisconsin are small businesses, which means they either make up to or less than $5 million in revenue, or they have 20 or fewer full-time employees. Right now, we have manufacturing and agricultural large business tax credits where some of the largest corporations are paying 0.9% or less of corporate tax rates. We have a very regressive income tax structure where some of our lowest income earners are paying a higher tax rate, some of our highest tax bracket earners. And so when we have, a millionaire tax and we add a 1% tax to billionaires, we're looking at actually lowering property taxes, cutting them by up to 44% for folks across the state and putting that funding into public education because we have a very antiquated public school funding formula that ties property taxes to school funding. So in addition to changing this formula, fair taxation is actually good for growing local and state economies. Policies like universal childcare and funding schools and paid leave for all is good for strengthening workforce and expanding our tax revenue base. We've had very minimal.
See what I mean? Like, these policies are so good, right? But I have this same thing where I want to rush ahead with like all the ideas, but sometimes you can just take a little bit of a pause between each idea, right? Like, universal childcare will grow our local economy, blah, 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 blah. There's just a little bit more of a pause between each idea because she kind of runs into the next idea a little bit. That's the only thing that's like literally it for my suggestions for Fran. And I understand how hard this is because, again, you get nervous. You want to get through the things that you're saying. We all have that kind of autistic info dump, but it'll just make you have a little bit more gravitas because, how people are all judged on a masculine fucking, patriarchal standard. So you have to have that kind of a little bit of that, like, and Zoran is very good at that. Zoran is very good at like punching, like verbally, just like almost think of it like when you're like like a drummer, right? And they have the foot pedal for the big bass drum, and you're just like bump, 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 and you're playing them. You're on the snare, and then it's like bump, bump, bump. Think about that as a way, you're making your points. Be like, bop, 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 bop. Now vary the length of the sentences, but you need to have that like bop just to like keep people, wake them up a little bit, get their attention again, because they could kind of drift.
Net migration. We have to make Wisconsin a place where all working class folks can thrive and grow families. I think that as a small business owner, I understand the cost of workers where it's there's more turnover. I understand the costs that come with closing and reopening a business. And I think that, in the Scott Walker era and even into these last 8 years under Governor Evers, we haven't seen the growth of manufacturing jobs. In fact, we've actually seen manufacturers leave our state. And so reinvesting in green new jobs and renewable energy companies, manufacturing jobs in the tech sector, I think that we're going to be able to invest in the local and state economies in a way that's much more durable and sustainable than the tax credits we're giving to the businesses, some which aren't even headquartered in Wisconsin. They're in Florida.
Foxconn.
And I don't want to get Foxconned again. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're putting a data center where Foxconn was supposed to go.
Wow.
I think that speaks to the absurdity of where we are in large corporations coming in, taking over a community.
Wow. Francesca Hong, tell people where they can find more information about your campaign and support you if they're interested.
Yes, you can go to www.francescahong.com or follow us on socials at Francesca Hong WI.
Well, thank you so much. I know you have a very busy life between campaign and family and all of the things that come in between. We really appreciate you making time for us.
And she's a legislator.
Happy to be here. And folks, if you're in Wisconsin, don't forget to make your plan to vote on or before August 11th.
Hey, if you like that. Really great answer. Really great finish. I mean, Fran is like getting real. Like, I have been so excited because let me just say, in person, Fran is like, she has got such good interpersonal skills. And and I think she did a great job yesterday in the debate, which was she understood what the mission is. This is a thing that kind of pissed me off about Hassan's analysis. Every time you're doing something like a debate, you have a mission. Right? You need to understand what are the conditions. So if you're losing, then you need fireworks. If you're winning, it's steady as she goes, right? You don't need to take risks or be flashy if you're winning by 20 points. That's stupid. And so she was steady as she goes. She didn't start fights with other people because the smart thing for the other politicians was to dogpile her. The only thing that she was fucking up was she was projecting her peas into the mic, but that was, that's their fault. That's the audio people's fault, not hers. So I disagreed with Hassan about that. Like, she was just letting her platform speak for itself and being the front runner, steady as she goes. There was no reason to like start busting up everybody. They were kind of copying her platform and normalizing it. So she did what she was supposed to do, is go into the debate, not skip the debate. So show the voters that I'm here. I'm showing up. I'm winning by 1 million. I don't have to debate, yet I'm so confident that I'm here. And then she's the radical. She's the most ideologically radical person on stage. So her job is to show people, I'm sane. I am competent. I am normal. You could trust me. I'm for change, but I'm not going to be irresponsible. I'm a responsible person who sees the problems and is going to make big change to solve them. Not a kook, not a lunatic. So, and people need to see that, right? Like, change is what gets people excited, but to actually govern, you also have to have gravitas. And so she delivered on all of that. Francesca Hong, Wisconsin governor, Deb primary, 38% Hong, Mandela Bard 16, David Crowley 7, not sure 34. It's a fucking wrap. Wrap it up, wrap it up, wrap it up, wrap it up, wrap it up. This is Marquette. This is one of the top pollsters in the country. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. I can't spell. Going up to Milwaukee to canvass for her this weekend. Job's not done until she's elected. Run through the tape. Run through the tape. She's a massive favorite, but she hasn't won yet. You run through the tape. Go and knock doors. Go be part of the win. Go be part of the win. Job is not done. Absolutely. Proud to be a DSA co-lead in Wisconsin. Hell yeah, Pete. I mean, it's fucking over. It's fucking over.
You appeared on controversial live streams. They're with a guy called Mike from Pennsylvania.
But you're also on the show of a streamer called Mike from PA.
Francesca Hong is now leading the polls in the state's Democratic primary for governor.
Claire Valdez, she came on my stream. Say hi to the Central Committee stream.
Hi, Central Committee stream. Wow.
Okay.
Excited to be here.
And so she got the Mike from PA bump.
Claire Valdez has been declared the winner there by the Associated Press.
And we call it the Mike from PA difference.
You appear.
Oh, God damn, dude. The aura edits are happening now. The aura edits are happening now. I think to solidly the win, because I'm superstitious, I think when I'm in California next week, you need to take me to the same restaurant you took Fred. So true. Did Betty respond to me? No. I just replied to this chat. I literally just quote tweeted this. Marquette Law School polling is one of the highest quality pollsters in the country. Francesca Hong is going to win the Wisconsin gubernatorial nomination as a Democratic Socialist. Incredible campaign. Incredible campaign. I'm going to go ahead and put that into my replies and post that. I've been impressed by her the whole time. She's been flawless. Mike, I've been trying to help my friend with their mayoral campaign. They are a DSA candidate, and I'm so ready for the election to be over. Oh, it's running for office is painful. There's no doubt. This is without a doubt like a victory of the online left, specifically Hassan and my community. And obviously the Wisconsin DSA, you guys are rock stars, right? Like, you guys are rock stars. I'm not trying to take it away. I'm just saying that we were there, especially me, from the beginning. I believed when nobody else did. I don't want to throw other socialists under the bus online, but I believed when nobody else did. You show the original Paradox edit? Caroline as well, of course. All right. Wow. What could he say? I'm just taking the moment in. We're taking in this moment of utter happiness and victory, right? Like, so they replaced Stalin with me? Exactly. It's called a joke. Called a meme. And the thing about Francesca is she is just charismatic, elegant. She's just the best. She's just the best. S&P 500 is crashing even harder. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's not a good little nip. Marquette Law School poll finds almost half of Democratic primary voters undecided amid rapid shifts in the race for the gubernatorial nomination. Okay, this is the old one. This is not the new one. It's guys, ladies and gentlemen, it's fucking Jover. And the reason why it's Jover is Crowley doesn't have enough time to build name recognition. It's only 2 weeks away. He's fucking cooked. Barnes is hated by Barnes is exactly why the progressive left lost. Which is, if you're not connected to an institution like DSA, if you don't come from a movement, then you are 100% reliant on sentiment, going viral and shit like that. Whereas Francesca Hong, because she has the institution of DSA, we make her viral. She doesn't have to have this moment of luck. She is viral because of who she is and who she represents and who she's working with. And we build that infrastructure of that institution. That undecided number has you concerned. They're fucked. You have to understand that there's always going to be large undecided numbers. And the thing is, it's too fucking late to do anything about it. And Francesca's going to get a large portion of these. I have something that's been on my mind now. As the American empire continues to fail, I worry about how the Roman Empire felt. The saying, one day the bridge collapsed, but nobody came to fix it. I live in Arizona, and water or electricity is taken for so much granted. Where is a safer place we can move for the future? You want the actual answer to that question? The answer to that question is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, or Chicago, Illinois, if you're talking about in the United States. Also, Wisconsin. Is it Madison, Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, you know, maybe Cleveland if you're really poor. If you're really slumming it, you could do Cleveland, although I wouldn't recommend it. You know, Indiana, I wouldn't recommend it. Just punching down on Ohio for no reason. Ohio, you suck. What do you want me to say? It's like if you took the worst parts of Pennsylvania, combined it with the worst parts of Indiana, and then you have Ohio. Oh, and the worst parts of Kentucky. What do you want me to say? Those places get really hot, cold swings, though. Those Great Lakes states are going to have the weather that, like, North Carolina has now, or South Carolina has now. Plus, they have unlimited water. So, I mean, and with less of a risk of hurricanes. So those are the places to be honest. Mike, what the fuck? What? I'm Mike from PA. What? You don't think I'm gonna make fun of Ohio? It's in my blood. I have to. Not Michigan. I mean, of course, Michigan is great as well. Michigan is great as well. Like, what do you mean? Minnesota, you know, Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois. Of course, those are all great. Like, what? Of course. If you want to avoid dying from climate change, those places are probably the best. They will have tropical disease superstars with super tornadoes, and wildfire smoke will be unavoidable there too. Very true. The wildfire smoke is going to be bad, but that's going to be bad everywhere. Oh no. Did he land without his landing gear? Speaking of Michigan, how do you see the latest tavern poll for the primary? Abdul El Sayed, 46. Haley Stevens, 36. Mallory McMorrow, 4%, dropped out. Not sure, 14%. Leaners pushed. Abdul, 38. Haley Stevens, 37. Favorables. Abdul El Sayed, plus 40. Haley Stevens, plus 18. They have spent $70 million, and he is 22% more favorable. It's a goddamn wrap. It's a goddamn wrap. 70 now? What the fuck? Oh yeah, they're going all in on the Abdul thing. But here's the thing: when they lose, APAC is going to the donors are going to be like, "You guys suck at this." The student USAF pilot pulled the full shutoff for the single engine and didn't tell the instructor. The student pilot turned the fuel supply off, then turned it back on without telling the instructor. He probably understood it when the engine's cut. When the engine stopped working, he probably was like, "Well, what was going on here?" Is this the most expensive primary ever? Yes, by far. God, I'm so fucking happy, guys. Like, I'm just sitting here rambling with you guys because we're just so fucking happy. Even though the world sucks, we're all gonna win. New policy, tax the rich. Working families keep Wisconsin running, but our current system is squeezing the people who can least afford it and handing free money to the people who need it least. We have a plan to rebalance the scales and invest in Wisconsin. Wisconsin's lowest earning households pay over 10% of their income in state and local taxes, while the richest pay just 6.6%. Our plan shifts more of the burden to the wealthy and big corporations to lower property taxes and fund public services. Our plan creates a new tax bracket for millionaires and large corporations that kicks in on the millionth dollar. Not your first million, just the dollars after it. The Department of Revenue estimates that if millionaires and corporations chip in 17 cents out of every dollar earned after their first million, it could lower our property taxes by 44%, while putting more into public schools and covering 90% of special education costs. Much of the wealth of the super rich comes from investments that are never taxed. An estate tax on non-farmland estates over $5 million would generate over $100 million a year that could be spent on free school meals and Knowles Nelson conservation. It's not sustainable to build local budgets on property taxes, and our roads show it. Our plan would let cities and counties adopt progressive local income taxes with voter approval so communities have more ways to fund what they need. Wisconsin is spending $2 billion on tax breaks for AI data centers that could be invested in union-built housing, clean energy, school construction, and high-speed rail instead. Time to end the manufacturing and agricultural credit, a Walker-era giveaway that lets some of the richest people in Wisconsin pay a 0.15% income tax. That's $350 million a year back for real families. Beautiful. Notice that she's saying tax the rich as her slogan because it's popular. Notice you use the popular stuff. All right, chat. Now it's time for me to make fun of Pod Save America.
And the ogre comment is getting taken out of context. Like, people are suggesting that
he said, "Oh, well, sorry, I didn't mention that." He said, "This will help me put an ogre on a pike."
Right, which is about John Fetterman. People are suggesting he was comparing Haley Stevens to an ogre. It does not sound like he was doing that in any way. But also, don't call John Fetterman an ogre. You know, it's not helpful. I think it kind of plays into this belief among a lot of Democrats that the left wing of the party is far more focused on going after moderate Democrats than Republicans. And the ogre comment is getting taken out of context.
Okay, let me just say this to Pod Save America. And I would be happy to come on and debate in a dignified way of mutual respect. I promise. John Fetterman is our enemy. He goes on Fox News every day and he trashes the Democratic Party for Republicans. Okay, he's on there and he's obviously courting the idea of changing parties. He is taking money from a hostile conservative fascist foreign state committing a genocide, and he's despised by Democratic base voters and independents. Get your shit together. Have the wherewithal to recognize an enemy. And destroying John Fetterman means destroying him now, because we're going to need to primary him out of office if we want to get anything done with President Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I don't want another Joe Manchin from Pennsylvania. 2028 Senate poll, Pennsylvania. Someone else 58%, Fetterman 40%. And I would say those Fetterman people are overwhelmingly Republican. He is fucking toast, and defending him is embarrassing. All right, chat. I want you to understand that the David Pakman drama isn't just about David Pakman, okay? David Pakman is a class enemy. He's not somebody that you and I disagree with, okay? He is a class enemy. And why do I say that? Because he is taking money, secret dark money. He is one of the main chorus creators. Now, who are funding the chorus creators? It is billionaires, Dark Money Org. And they are attacking me. They're attacking Hassan. They're attacking Abdul El Sayed. They're attacking anti-Zionist candidates because they take dark money. He is not a legitimate political commentator. He is for sale. Have I covered the Fauci stuff at all? No.
Thanks for the $10, Kyle. David A. Pakman subliminally dissed you on Gavin Newsom's podcast. He said content creators who don't take any advertiser money are still not truly independent. Well, that's bullshit, my friend, because I am truly independent. It is true in the sense that I have the default ads on YouTube, but of course there's that big buffer between me and the advertisers. I've never talked to them. I don't know who's giving money, etc. So if that's what he means, then yeah, that money comes in, but it is still independent. So there's a big buffer there, and I don't talk to any of them ever, right? So it seems like cope to me. It seems like cope because David knows. It's finally catching up with him that he always read a gazillion ads. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong. Am I having a fever dream, or did he actually do a crypto ad?
No, he did NFT ads. He did crypto ads. He's done like fintech ads. And he said, and if somebody could find me this clip, it would be amazing. He said that if he wasn't making content for YouTube, he'd be in finance.
Did he do a crypto ad? Did David Pakman do a crypto ad, or was it like an NFT ad? He did like a crypto ad or some shit.
Hella did crypto ads, promoted it to his audience on multiple occasions. I know he stopped because of the tremendous backlash he was getting. But yeah, there are multiple screenshots that we can look at and videos of him doing ad reads for cryptocurrency companies.
100%. I pulled up some examples for you guys. Here's a post on the Destiny subreddit from 5 years ago. David Pakman is promoting crypto scams to his followers. This is a well-documented fact. Despite David Pakman's best efforts to hide it, as you can see here, video unavailable. Apparently, David Pakman is trying to cover his tracks, Zach.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, you used to be able to play this. We've done it on the show multiple times. I know we can go back and find it in our videos where we'll be able to watch it, but that's absolutely insane. Fuck him.
Yep.
Oh yeah, they were bitch made. They were bitch made over the collar gate when I was defending Hassan from the Destiny smears. They totally capitulated, which is totally fine.
100%.
You know?
But again, this is well documented fact. It happened multiple times. Here's another
David Pakman promotes another crypto scam.
On David Pakman's own subreddit, David Pakman promotes another crypto scam. This time it's some cryptocurrency called Cintric. It has an FEC advisory put out against it in 2020 in the comment section, and its likes as being astroturfed as hell. I think this video was also privated by David Pakman, who again is desperately trying to cover his tracks. And then here's just a third example in case you guys don't believe me. Again, from his own subreddit, David Pakman continues shilling crypto and stock platforms in his videos. Lost a lot of respect for him for pushing his audiences to platforms that promote speculative gambling. Again, he got backlash from his own audience on this. And now he wants to act like, oh, you know, me, people that don't take crypto money, basically the same because they're also on YouTube. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Some of us don't take crypto money. Some of us do. We all operate on YouTube. Oh. You're the one who's guilty. It's not a wash. It's not just like, oh, maybe everyone's also corrupt because ads play on their YouTube video, ads that we have no control over. I don't know who the fuck is advertising on this live stream. I'm sure, there might have been an ad break already. It might be coming up. I don't fucking know what that ad's going to be for. It could be for literally anything. It could be for Ben Shapiro for all I know.
I found them sus because they once reported on Destiny saying Hassan sucked him off and they had to report on it to be fair, LOL. Let's just say that they were on they were coconut pilled, okay? That's all you need to know, all right? They were coconut pilled.
No, I'm sorry if you're having, to be subjected to that, but it's not our fucking fault. We didn't decide what ad plays. We have no contact whatsoever with the companies or commentators or whatever, that puts ads on YouTube videos.
Oh yeah, and I was watching a video the other day about the guy, or with an interview with the guy that founded Polymarket, right? And look, it's this right here, David Pakman promoting speculative gambling. This guy was talking about how it was a blessing for all of these political figures to start promoting gambling and Polymarket to their audiences because it gave them a huge way of embedding their platform with people who aren't interested in sports and getting those people hooked on gambling. So it's extremely pernicious, absolutely nefarious, self-centered behavior to promote all this. It's just motivated by greed. This is a man who can...
I mean, David Pakman doesn't give a shit about anything. Again, he's not part of a movement. He doesn't care about his audience. He sees them as a source of money. Every time he gets criticized for his Zionism or his imperialism, he whines about people canceling memberships. The guy sees you guys as a cow to be milked. He is a Zionist. He's an Islamophobe, and he's not trustworthy. And he certainly shouldn't be listened to at this point whatsoever. He's disgusting, and he's for sale.
Make plenty of money just using his YouTube account.
100%. So let's go back to Kyle and hear the rest of his glorious clap back to David Pakman.
David Pakman do a crypto ad, or was it like an NFT ad? He did like a crypto ad or some shit. And ever since then, it was red flags where it's like, this guy will do ad for fucking anybody. What do they have for fucking anybody? And so, yeah, I mean, I feel like it's cope. He now really, like, the internet is catching up to the fact that, hey man, why are you taking all that money? These guys don't take all that money, and like they're more principled on it. And now he's trying to cope around that. And so he's trying to take a shot at me, but sorry, bro, it's not going to work. I've been so upfront with the whole shit. We have Crystal Kyle and Friends, where everybody funds us. We have the Patreon support. We have the default ads on YouTube. And that's it, right? Like, that's it. That's all we do. And we've done that as a matter of principle. Like, it was a decision. I mean, I'm probably leaving like hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars on the table by telling companies to fuck off. But like, I'd rather have that shit and listen to real than feel like I don't want.
And that's Corin being real. Like, Corin knows how much money his boy Kyle is leaving on the table. Guys, we're a small show, right? We're a small show. Gavin and I think if you do the math, we work out to, like, if we have a good year, we make something like $70,000 each, right? So the most shows will never tell you how much fucking money that they make, okay? But Gavin and I, we're transparent as fuck.
And that's a recent development.
Oh god, yeah. We used to make like fucking $5,000 each. We used to make like 10.
The way these media demons love talking about each other's market shares is working out in the less favor for once. The thing is, like, the thing that makes me laugh the most about all these scum is that I will always be right. Like, they will never, like, the reason why I will always be around is because I actually know what I'm talking about. And so I don't need to know what Twitter is saying in order to have the left-wing opinion, because I've actually done my homework. So everybody else, like, I'll say something, you know what's going to be the left-wing opinion, because I have a materialist analysis, and I have historical context, and I have American political context. What I'm saying is never going to be the fucking fringe wrong opinion. It's just not. It's not going to be a lib opinion. Everybody else is going to work off what I'm saying, unfortunately, because I stream first. Like, you could watch my stream, look at my coverage of an issue, and 99 times out of 100, you'll be able to predict everybody else's takes for the rest of the day. So it is what it is. So these guys, but somebody like, not these guys in particular, but a lot of these creators, they're just going after whatever's kind of viral on Twitter, right? They're going off of kind of a social milieu, not really understanding the deeper issues at play. And I'm not saying this to be an egomaniac about myself. I think you can do it too. If you watch me long enough, you will pick up my method. You'll learn some of the historical context. You'll learn the facts, and you'll be able to develop your own independent critical thought without even having to watch me. You could probably predict what I'm going to say. The longer you watch me, the more easily you can predict what I'm going to say on new novel events, because you'll have developed the method.
$10,000, right? That's the best year we've ever done in Vanguard history. Okay. That just to be totally transparent to you, we could overnight double that. Straight up next year, Gavin and I walk away with 140. I know for a fact we could do it because we get countless emails all the fucking time about it, right? And they're like, oh, don't worry, your Patreon won't even matter anymore because you'll make so much more money just shilling shit to your audience. Like, that's what people try and tell you. That's what they try and promote to you. And we're like, no, we're not going to do that. We're not interested in that. We feel like so beyond blessed, like kids in the candy store, like pinch me, wake up, what the fuck is happening in my life, that I get to have like an honest salary and come and do this every single day for work. Feel like I'm making a lot of money, make more money than my parents made for most of my fucking life doing this shit. Like, that's a huge blessing. But these fuckers, they want all of it. They want millions of dollars. They want luxury houses. They want to fucking drive a Porsche. Okay. They want to do that off of your guys' back while claiming to be the good guys. Okay. So I can just tell you, Gavin can just tell you, Kyle can just tell you, peek behind the curtain. Like, there's already a plenty perfect living for these people if they want to do it honestly. What they're trying to do is justify their own greed.
Yep, 100%, 100%. And it's like, yeah, of course we're proud to not take that money because we're serious about being independent media. We're actually serious about the virtues of independent media compared to the astroturfed corporate media, the bought off media that David Pakman is a part of. Because again, he's funded by dark money and crypto money, unironically, at various points in his career. So yeah, there's a huge difference between content creators who are actually independent, who are actually audience funded, and those who take money from crypto and who are funded by dark money Democratic donors. Like, I'm sorry, there is a difference there. And I really appreciate Kyle being like, yeah, fuck you. How dare you? How dare you try to muddy the waters? How dare you try to cope in this fashion and imply that I'm somehow corrupt when I literally leave hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table? But either way, yeah, it's just hilarious. And again, it's like when David Pakman goes on these screeds about how I'm not a socialist. It's like, yeah, no shit, bro. No shit. You're taking blood money from fucking crypto companies and stuff. Yeah, I could have told you that. I could have fucking, told you that you weren't a socialist, that obviously you're a fucking capitalist, a wolf in sheep's clothing, trying to pretend that you're on the left.
I feel like I'm a businessman. I want to feel like I'm a commentator because I am a commentator,
Yeah, Iris. Oh, here's the Pakman clip where he talks about doing finance.
We have a voicemail number that you can call any time of day. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. Here's a caller wondering about whether I'll be dipping my toes further into financial YouTube. Take a listen to this.
I noticed.
Whoop, hold on a second. Let's play it from the beginning, please.
Having Meet Kevin on your show. Hey, David, huge fan of the show. I noticed that you've been having Meet Kevin on your show a couple times recently. Yeah. And I've actually gotten some of my financial friends to get into your show because of Meet Kevin being on your show. So I was wondering if you were going to possibly have like Graham Stephan or anyone else in the quote unquote financial YouTube community.
Who the fuck is Meet Kevin?
I would be glad to interview Graham Stephan. I think he's doing interesting stuff on YouTube, as many of you know. My formal training is really in finance, and my master's degree, my MBA, my concentration was financial planning. It's an area of personal interest. I always hesitate to give advice, and I try to make clear whenever we talk about personal finance, I'm not giving advice on the show. But if there were to be, like, imagine that there was no more political David Pakman show, or that I started a second project, it would almost certainly be in the finance space. So yeah, I would be very interested in speaking with Graham Stephan or being on with him and talking about the sort of overlap between personal finance and politics. And there really is a lot there. Not sure if people in my audience would be interested, but maybe there's a new audience to be found there. All right, on today's bonus show, Mitch McConnell and the Republican Party are saying we can't play games.
This isn't what I was talking about. He was saying that like he wishes he wasn't doing this. He would be doing finance and be making more money or whatever. Why did he copy the Majority Report setup? Because it's a strategy of getting their audience to trust him through nostalgia and like automatic identification. And he's lazy and didn't want to come up with his own background. Like, what do you want me to say? Trump is crashing out right now. Trump, we're going to fucking beat the fucking shit out of Iran. Yeah, I know. We saw the. Damn. I wish we had. Does anybody have the like original clips of these? Crowley only getting half of Rodriguez's support from before she quit. The other reason why Francesca's gonna win is because she's like she's the woman of the race now. Remember what I said about the Democratic primary? It's an advantage to be a woman in the Democratic primary. So a lot of these undecideds are going to just go, oh, Francesca, I've heard of her, and they're going to vote for her. Actual advantage to being a woman in the primary. I don't think there's an advantage in the general, but I do believe there is an advantage in the primary. I think it's neutral whether being a woman or a man doesn't really matter as far as like general election viability, in my view. 2 American generals were injured by a drone. A major general and a brigadier general got head trauma. Oh my God. That's not good. That's not good, folks. That means that the Iranian ability to do long-range strikes has been unimpeded.
Respect it. I respect that shit a lot. I mean, Pakman's been mainstream sellout forever, bro. I feel like one time we're in California, like you guys sat down, or like we met him in the lobby or some shit, and he was talking about business shit, and then after, I was like, what did you guys talk about? And he was like, some business shit that I didn't give a fuck about. Like,
I mean, he's always been big on the business side of it.
Corin loves to spill the tea when it comes to their interactions on the road. You know, he's talked about their interactions with Jimmy Dore and Joe Rogan when they've been on the road together on those trips. So that's pretty funny to hear that anecdote too. Apparently they once met up with Pakman, and Pakman was only interested in talking business. Are you surprised, Zach?
No, and that's exactly what we heard from Kyle when Kyle said that he met Dave Rubin in person all those years ago. Dave Rubin was like, what's your angle? And he was like, what do you mean, what's my angle? Like, I'm super stoked. I've got a YouTube show. People watch it. That's my angle. Like, I love Bernie Sanders, and I hope that he becomes president. That's my angle. And Dave Rubin was like, no, man, you got to angle for cable TV. The money's way better. And Kyle's like, I don't really need money. I have enough money. Like, I live perfectly fine.
Yup. Right.
Yeah.
Like, it's just always been, it's not just I'm a commentator. It's also like, I'm a commentator, but I have a business, and like, here's how I want to make money. Here's how I want to chart my future. Like there's always that element to it.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, as somebody who's not business oriented at all, that just always struck me as a red flag. Another person who did that was Dave Rubin. He when he was with TYT back in the day when he was on the left.
Boom.
He was
Called
like,
it.
what do you want to be? TV? Is that what you want to be?
I know Kyle's history so well. I had not even seen this clip yet.
Be on TV? And I was like, that's just so weird. Like, I have a YouTube channel that has, at the time, hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and it feels like I'm thankful for this. Like, I like what I'm doing. I'm thankful for these fucking people who are listening to me right now.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to take them for granted and try to use them as a stepping stone.
And that's such, insight into the logic of
the thing about somebody like David Pakman is that he is legitimately an elitist, right? Like, and he looks down on you as scum. There's a certain type of creator who you'll see it in people like David Pakman. Mr. Beast is another example of these people who they won the lottery on, making content on YouTube or in these spaces, and they look down on the normies that have to like have a job or their even their own audience, and they have this kind of like elitist, kind of disgusting, smug way of carrying themselves, where they attribute their success purely to themselves. You know what I mean? Like, I could look at my life and say luck played a major role. Luck played a major role in my success. Like the timing, I started streaming on August 1st, 2019, a couple months before the pandemic, and then I had a relationship with Hassan through Majority Report and through TYT that allowed me to have access to Hassan's audience and have conversations and get advice from him early on. And then, I decided to debate Destiny 2 days before Michael Brooks did, right? And was able to get like the conversation was able to be accepted and received in good faith. And so everybody was able to accept pretty honestly that I won that debate, which helped me build a base. But all of these kind of like things that happened to me were luck. I randomly clicked on this recommendation for Majority Report. I decided to call in one day and I built up an audience for the Majority Report, and I made relationships that I got hired by Michael Brooks and blah, blah, blah. Like, do you understand how this was like random chance on random chance on random chance? And then I just took opportunities. Yes, I worked hard. Yes, I streamed day in and day out reliably. Yes, I spent a lot of time in school, and I've read a lot of books, and I ran for office, and I gained experience, and all these things. But it is the sum total of my luck and my experience and my personality that has led me to this point. It is not because I am like better than you. It's a combination of those factors, right? And so I'm intensely and personally grateful, and I have humility. And it always rubs me the wrong way when these other content creators act like their shit don't stink. You got fucking lucky. Act like it.
and an actual independent media commentator on the left, which is that why would you want to be on fucking cable? You have your own show. You're your own boss. You can say what you want.
Much
You don't
said
have
you
to
wouldn't
travel
be
to some.
anything if it wasn't for my family. My family who were like conservatives that I had to convert. My mom had me when she was 22 years old. That's crazy.
Stuffy fucking studio and sitting next to a bunch of empty suits and shit. Like, why would we want to do the show anywhere else than from the Casa del Vanguard? I certainly wouldn't. I wouldn't want to have to go to some, again, studio and sit next to a bunch of boring hacks and try to pretend to give my commentary. Like, no, I literally would much rather do the show this way. Even if fucking MS Now was like, we want to turn the Vanguard into a primetime cable program, I'd be like, well, sorry, because that sounds awful.
We live in Kansas City, dog. How am I supposed to commute for that? You want me to telecommute for MS Now? Fuck you. I already do a show.
Exactly.
To get to some next shit, and like that's just a mindset I can't agree with. You know?
Yeah.
Stranger, thanks for the 20.
So yeah, pretty brutal. Kyle Kulinski, again, straight up taking the gloves off, basically calling David Pakman a grifter who's willing to accept money from just about any company, including crypto scams, which is 100% true. It's not just Kyle's opinion. It's literally David Pakman's track record, which you can find many receipts of. If you just type in David Pakman crypto or something, lots of results come up from various Reddit pages where people are pointing this out, complaining about it, even, his own fans. And it's not just crypto. As we talked about, David Pakman, another one of his grifts is selling horrible AI generated children's books, right? Like literally AI generated books for kids. Just total slop, total poison. And it's not even, labeled as AI generated content. He's trying to pass it off as actual art. So that's equally disgusting. And I think, David Pakman deserves to be scrutinized even more for that specifically. Because I just think it's so gross. It's just incredibly unprincipled, and it's hardcore grifter behavior.
Oh, yeah. He's now got the triple threat. He has taken crypto money. He has taken dark money that he did not disclose to his audience, and now he's promoting AI for profit to children.
Zach, do you want to take a look at some commentary from Emma Vigland and Matt Leck on the Majority Report concerning David Pakman?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's get into this.
All right, let's take a look over here. Again,
Much can't think beyond the talking points of his cult. It makes his criticisms almost nonsensical. Okay, we don't allow people to come in here and just spam no GoFundMe's. Mods, what the fuck are you doing, man? What the fuck are you doing? I was over him during his analysis of the January 6th riot and some of the things wait, what? I mean, first of all, the January 6th rioters should have been not allowed to walk out. They should have all left in the back of paddy wagons. They should have had them all like in some sort of detention. Like the fact that people were allowed to walk out is fucking insane.
Super excited by the fact that many left-wing commentators are waking up to the true nature.
He said that came from a nepotism angle. My mom was the 10th child out of 11, and she was a Republican, and I am a progressive left-winger. What the fuck are you saying? And now both of my parents are voting for socialists. What the fuck are you saying? I've literally changed my family's politics myself. Doesn't even make sense. And the other thing is, I left home at 18 and paid my own way. College and law school, I paid every bill. I put my living expenses and books on a credit card. No, I never pursued practicing law. I went into politics instead. There's the DGG orbiter Alice poll that's been going and reheating old nachos. I did lose my election. I never lied about being a lawyer because the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania Republicans created new law. Lawyer just means somebody studied in the law, which includes people who have graduated or even attending law school. Attorney is someone who practices law and is admitted to the bar. Again, I never lied about anything like that. It is just an embarrassing thing. And yes, I did run in 2014, and every single Democrat challenger lost in Pennsylvania that year for the state legislature. Every single one. It was a Republican wave year. And in my district, no Democrat has won since it was gerrymandered. I was the first person to run in that new district after the gerrymandering, removed large sections of Allentown, the city. So if I was like a bad candidate, you would expect somebody to have won, right? How did you find out it was gerrymandered? They openly gerrymander it. You know what I mean? Like they openly gerrymandered it in the laws.
Nature of David Pakman. Again, I feel like he's kind of skated by and gotten away with some of this stuff for a while because he doesn't usually throw the first punch. He usually doesn't call out other left-wing commentators, other colleagues of his. But recently, he sort of broke the seal, right, by going after Hassan Piker. And not just Hassan Piker, but the DSA.
And by the way, like, I know what it's like to run in a gerrymandered seat that's R+10 or whatever, and in a bad thermostatic year. And that is why I'm able to read that stuff, because I had to try to understand how we could take the House back at the House of Delegates, or the House of Representatives in Pennsylvania. Like, I had to study that, understand, learn thermostatic effects, and understand, like, what can a campaign do, right? Which is why I have so much confidence this year, because we're in a blue wave year. So that's why you should run. Because if your seat is anywhere near even or swing, you're going to win, because the thermostatic effects are so hard against the Republicans. And everybody should understand that good politicians lose all the time. Barack Obama lost the first time he ran for Congress. Did you know that? How many of you knew that Barack Obama lost the first time he ran for Congress? How many of you know that Bernie Sanders lost the first time he ran for Congress? So you should understand that you could be a really good candidate. You could have a really great platform and nonetheless lose, because politics is not just about you.
As a whole, repeating Fox News talking points and fear-mongering about the extremist nature, the violent authoritarian nature of the DSA, its candidates, its policies and platform, right? So he really opened the door to this, and I'm so glad that he did, because it's about time that people got caught up on who David Pakman is, and it's really good that folks like Kyle Kulinski and Emma Vigeland are responding by, really exposing what he is and who he is.
Oh yeah, it's so incredible of Emma to come out and get ahead of this, because we need her on the front line. Emma, I swear to God, is one of our strongest soldiers on the left. The fact that she can be a liberal whisperer and actually, relate to people who might not immediately identify as socialist or DSA. I know Emma immediately identifies as socialist and DSA, right? But the way she's able to communicate with people who might be more on the fence, I think, is excellent. And the fact that she is going to very passionately and forcefully call out David Pakman's behavior here, I think that's so valuable, and I'm really appreciative of Emma for this segment.
I mean, I'm all for making fun of this, because this is genuinely harmful.
Exactly, at a time where the State Department is
trying to criminalize leftists. I mean, read Ken Klippenstein's reporting about this. It's astonishing.
Yeah,
like they're doing McCarthyite blacklists, and this is one of the largest.
And by the way, David Pakman and Destiny are both literally regurgitating some of the exact same language.
Actually, it's even worse than that. Destiny, through his friend Dan Saltzman, have admitted to working with people like Tom Cotton, trying to get Hassan targeted by the Trump administration. They're not just actively supporting it, they are participating and collaborating directly.
That you see in that memo from Marco Rubio and the fascist Trump administration, talking about the extremist nature of these left-wing orgs.
Literally? I don't think so. I think you mean figuratively. No, I mean literally.
Streamers who do you think it's a coincidence that David Pakman was contacted by Chorus? Remember when they were making fun of Taylor Lorenz's reporting on this? Has there been any refutation about that yet? Because I haven't seen anything that's legitimate about their claims. They all cried and bitched about it. And now, shockingly, these same people are the ones that are the most anti-DSA folks who reportedly were in coordination with this company that was paying them for certain services.
Thank you. Again, David Pakman is a dark money funded entity. He's a propagandist for the Democratic Party, and he is paid by their dark money apparatus. It's that simple. I mean, you can say that sounds crazy or that sounds like hyperbolic or something, but that is literally just the reality. We're not making that up. It's not a matter of an opinion. Go read the reporting that was just referenced by Emma Vigeland concerning the Chorus dark money slush fund. That's what it is, and David Pakman is one of the top recipients of it.
Yep.
Or whatever.
For their content. Yeah, here we go.
Ugh.
The Democratic Party is showing the early signs of the same disease that destroyed the Republican Party. Republicans back in 2010.
You know that Republican Party that's so destroyed right now?
Yeah,
right.
The one that has continuously won over and over and over.
The one that controls the entire government? Yeah.
It's insane to say that. These guys hate winning, right? It's best for David Pakman if the Democrats lose, and I think that has to be a part of our analysis right now. It is so much better for him to be a resistance lib under the rule of Donald Trump, because he can just make content about Donald Trump 24/7, 365. That's how he makes money.
100%. And again, it's so insane. I mean, we've already reacted to that Pakman clip ourselves, but it just continually blows my mind because I feel like if there's one lesson the left can learn from Trump and the MAGA takeover of the Republican Party, it's that it actually is possible to take over a party, one of the two parties, right? That is what Trump and MAGA successfully did. And it was kind of started by the Tea Party. And again, a lot of the takeaway from left-wingers and socialists is that, oh shit, it's actually possible. No one thought Trump could win. No one thought Trump could take over the Republican Party, but here we are, balls deep into his second fucking term. And
10 years later.
Yeah, exactly. So again, I feel like it's crazy not to have that takeaway, which is that, oh shit, like we could actually do this to the Democratic Party.
I think that's actually one of the worst parts of his analysis, Pakman's analysis, is the idea that we don't want to have a Tea Party of the left. What? Accomplish all of our goals, win a trifecta, get a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court, roll back everything that the Republican Party has done in the last 45 years? Like, what the fuck are you saying? What people at the country club will think you're uncouth. Uh-oh. Yeah, I saw that.
This is actually how the political revolution of Bernie Sanders can become manifest. Obviously, we have polar opposite policies and values and principles, but still, that's the obvious takeaway for David Pakman to look at that and say, nah, we should just stay static. We should just continue to be the Democratic Party of what, 2012 or 2016 forever. But let's keep going.
Over again.
Okay, and it's like past its agenda, even items like abolishing Roe versus Wade that people thought they would never actually do. Anyway.
Yeah, I care if my party's politically effective, but I guess we just care if they're a little. He cares if they're a little uncouth or too close to populism or something like that.
Also, like I don't want the Republicans to. One thing I don't like about Republicans is how much they support Israel, but I don't think that's what we're talking about here. Anyway, let's just go.
You should go pose at the White House again with the guy committing genocide.
Yeah, not say anything. Say actually everything's fine. But anyway, here's a little bit more. He's got a finger to point.
I can't wait.
Their leaders laughed at the Tea Party. The left and Democrats can't make the same mistake.
We already.
There is a small group of far left extremists gaining influence inside youth groups and party organizations.
How do people watch him? Here's how many times David Pakman's show has mentioned Trump versus the phrase Gaza genocide since Trump was sworn in. God, he's such a fucking loser, dude. Again, he is a Gaza genocide denier. I need you to understand this about David Pakman. He is a Gaza genocide denier.
There was a college Democrats convention, which I was actually invited to participate in, and I couldn't make it.
Ooh, Abdul, I'm
Hassan Piker was dressed like Mao, and
I mean, can I just say that this is point blank xenophobic, Chinaphobic bullshit? I would call it racist. I would call it racist. Could you imagine if somebody, dressed in a suit and they said and they were Arab and you went, oh, they dress like Saddam Hussein. Like, you are a fucking, you know what you're dressing like, David? You're dressing like an Israeli spy and a Zionist shill.
I guess Destiny tried to show up and he was banned from enter.
So Destiny's a creep and stalker, and that's why he wasn't allowed there. But yeah, like he focuses on Hassan's attire and then puts words in Hassan's mouth about like abolish the police, which Hassan is not a police abolitionist. And doesn't address anything. And then he recently appeared on Gavin Newsom's show too. So, but anyway, the point is this freakout is pretty widespread, and it's pretty disgusting to see who's participating in it.
Is there more?
Yep.
Yeah, we can do.
I want to hear more about. I mean, does he get beyond the?
Emma's not finished. Emma's not finished.
I think you guys need to understand something very important. One of the main fights that we are making, that is imminent, is avoiding two things: a new Cold War and a new Red Scare. Okay, that is the #1 priority of left-wing politics in America, right? In addition to ending the Gaza genocide and the illegal wars in Iran and the Middle East in general, right? And all of that has to do with reining in the American empire. If you are assisting in either one of those things, you are an enemy of humanity, because there is absolutely no reason for us to have a Cold War with China. There's absolutely no reason for us to have a Red Scare or tolerate any of that shit and work with fascist Republicans to do it.
She's got to lay another beat down.
Yup, let's keep going.
He does this weird thing of not understanding why someone like Destiny, who has weird accusations about him in addition to like a rancid ideology, and
I didn't even know he was still like around.
And doing stuff. Really, yeah. And he wasn't allowed in this thing. And then we'll let Pakman.
Okay. Hearing allegedly because the Mao-dressed Piker didn't want him there. Republicans are going to put these clips.
So, like the Mao-dressed Piker. Here's the thing that you need to understand with these vicious Zionist fucking genocide denier is that Destiny has called for Hassan's death. He's called for Destiny has called for Hassan to kill himself. He's called for me to kill myself. He said that people would be perfectly justified in killing Hassan because of his comments and policy positions and analysis. He said that Hassan should be tracked and harassed in person and should not be able to go to any place without receiving in-person harassment. Now, here's the thing I need you to understand. Even with that direct orders from Destiny, no one does it because he's got no motion. His fans are 500 stalkers from around the world who don't leave their houses, but bot like crazy. And they had said that morning, members of his social circle, members of DGG, had said they're going to get Hassan. There is not a single organization running a conference in the world that would allow somebody like that to participate. So when David Pakman strips this context, he is literally trying to get Hassan hurt. He is actively trying to get Hassan hurt. Like, I need you guys to understand this. He knows this. He's lying to his audience in order to put pressure on people for keeping Hassan safe, for caring about Hassan's security. He is trying to get Hassan hurt intentionally, or he is so reckless he doesn't care to investigate.
Everywhere.
So yeah, we'll play this a little bit
Just
more.
keep going. Yeah,
Like people seem crazy when they see this stuff, and they are going to abolish the police and abolish borders and abolish prisons and play them on a loop for 6 months. Democrats must act now and intelligently. The centrists don't really do anything.
And again, they're going to do that shit to everybody. They're going to do that shit to everybody. Even fucking Kamala Harris, they tried to call a communist who was in favor of funding trans surgeries for Chinese migrants or whatever the fuck. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they're going to do that against Kamala Harris.
Tampons in the boys' room.
Yeah, exactly. Tampons in the boys' room. Like, they're always going to find some super far left, crazy sounding idea, run ads, make it sound like the Democrat in question is a communist. I mean, they did that to Barack Obama, who's probably David Pakman's favorite political figure of all fucking time, right? But guess what? Obama actually had good policies, and he ran on.
No, it's probably Biden.
Good policies, not that he implemented them, but
on top of all of this, when Destiny first got sued for revenge pornography, he pulled out because of reputational concerns. So I guess he's decided that revenge pornography and harassment and death threats and calls for stalking and harassment are fine now.
He ran on them.
He ran on them.
Yeah, and the voters responded to that. And guess what? It didn't fucking matter the fact that 10 years ago, his pastor was a radical, black communist Muslim or whatever the fuck, the Republicans tried to dredge up to smear him with. It didn't fucking matter. It didn't fucking matter, right? It's absolutely crazy. And when it comes to the whole defund the police stuff, it's like that the Republicans are going to use that as a talking point against any of these candidates. They already have. They will continue to do so. Obviously, the George Floyd protest movement took place 7 fucking years ago, 6 years ago.
6 years now, yeah, 6 years in May.
The defund the police thing is not some new policy that the DSA invented and recently started running on, right? This has been an activist position that the Republican Party has taken to try to smear the entire movement with for a long time. And instead of defending this position, David Pakman wants to jump right on the Fox News bandwagon of acting like it's crazy and unthinkable, and that Americans are too stupid to actually understand what the actual substance of that call is about.
Yep.
It's this thing I was invited to.
You were invited.
Yeah, it's like, would I have been allowed at this thing I was invited to, but decided I had better things to do?
It's bizarre.
Because Destiny wasn't. Here's the thing. Well, I'm going to play it in a second. Let's just get through this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, what would I even have been allowed at that college Democrats thing? They invited me months ago. I don't know. I mean, I couldn't go, so we didn't find out. I've said before, I've never been a Democrat. I don't care about the Democratic Party beyond
which again
the better candidates. And
he is a liar. He is a Democrat. He is a Democrat through and through. He is a paid Democrat propagandist. He works for the Democratic Party establishment and no one else. Okay. That is the baseline fundamental to who he is. Now, you could argue that that's okay, but you could never argue that that's not who he is.
Yeah, he's literally an employee of the Democratic Party. How do you think he got in the Oval Office for that photo op with Butcher Biden? How do you think he got on fucking Gavin Newsom's podcast to wag his finger at the left-wing commentators like Kyle Kulinski who are actually independent? Why do you think he's being funded by Democratic dark money apparatus? He is literally an employee of the Democratic Party. So it's probably the most laughable thing I've ever heard for him to say, "Oh, me? I'm not a fucking Democrat. I'm an independent analyst." Bullshit, bro. You're completely compromised. You're quite literally a propagandist by definition.
Usually it's Democrats over Republicans, but we've got to make sure that we don't allow that party, if it is the vessel, at least for now, to something better than what Republicans are offering, to be hijacked.
Okay, hijacked by what? This is so vague and bizarre to me.
And he never does get around to saying what they need to do besides not be anti-Semitic and apologetic for dictatorships. Should they be apologetic for genocide and apartheid, David, would be the thing that I would address, because that's why Pakman in particular is throwing these kinds of words around, is because he's actually fucked up. It isn't the other people that hypothetically might fuck up and do like Stalinist show trials in 10 years. I agree that if that happens, that would be bad, and I will try to stop that from happening. We're not, like AOC said, we can't pass the minimum wage. We're not close to communism. What is happening is ethnic cleansing with American bombs. Yeah. And Pakman was into the fucking White House to say everything's fine, actually. Don't listen to these fringe leftists too much. And
yeah, 100%. And again, it's pretty rare.
In this cold-blooded way, I don't care about the genocide in Gaza. I don't care about the ethnic cleansing campaign. The reality is that it was a bad issue for Democrats electorally. You can say that the influencers online should have de-emphasized it and helped in this cover-up of it, like some people might have or might have been inclined to do. You can say that. It doesn't matter. We could all turn on a dime and become Zionist freaks overnight, and this would still be getting out on TikTok and social media. There will always be people that will fill this vacuum, and it would have hurt the Democrats electorally regardless of that. We want to see Democrats actually defeat Republicans because it's the only opposition party right now to the slow roll of fascism. And this influencer style argument that is really, I mean, curiously aligned with the Democratic consultant class that is desperate for a left-wing Joe Rogan, but not like Hassan, somebody else, curiously aligned.
I was recently part of a small group of independent media creators and influencers invited to meet with the president and other administration officials at the White House. I do not expect to be invited back to the White House for quite some time. Now, this is the reality. They looked at the situation and they're like, oh man, we got to get control of these influencers. And they're trying to basically create, that's what David Pakman is. Can you imagine shaking Joe Biden's hand on January 2nd, 2020, January 2nd, 2025, after he committed a genocide for 2 years and was so unpopular, he handed the White House back to Donald Trump. But this guy is an absolute disgusting individual.
With the way that they talk about it, by the way, is on an entirely separate track, this conversation, from what the voters want. Do you care?
Did you see Fetterman crashing out on Prem? No, Link.
That in these districts where these DSA electeds won, that the voters wanted them and said they're representative of our interests. We're like, why are we having this top-down conversation about how online influencers can manipulate the Democratic base into wanting something that they don't want? Because right now the battle lines are drawn. When he's saying we should strike a third way in between, and this is what the implication is: the crazy lefty and a Haley Stevens style corporatist. That's what Pakman's politics would be. The reality is that materially there is there's a canyon in between those candidates right now. Because of the money.
And you wouldn't know that if you watch David Pakman, who again has to hilariously shy away from ever covering the specifics of any of these races or candidates, because he knows his positions would be unpopular with these young Democrats groups. And guess what? Majority Report or Hassan? Pakman's like, you need to get active in the.
All right, so that's kind of the David Pakman. Everybody hates David Pakman. Make sure that you are smashing. And by the way, I was right about him first. One of the things that's really been frustrating for me as a content creator is how I've had to bite my tongue about a lot of creators for a long time because it doesn't matter if I'm right. It's, you can't go against the grift too hard. Senator John Fetterman refused to answer questions from drop sites Julian Andreon on Capitol Hill, instead launching an unprompted defense of Israel, saying he loves watching Israel eliminate the Hamas leadership and demanding to know why drop site loves Hamas and Iran and Hezbollah so much.
It's like a race between who's the more pro-Hamas, drop site or Zidio. So now I got both. Hi.
You mind if I ask you a question really quick? It's about,
I just want to say, I want your viewer, Israel eliminating the Hamas.
Then you may like this
I know that upsets a lot of your viewers, your found. But I think it's a great thing. So there's
President
no news
Trump,
coming out of me. I'm going to always back Israel. The question is, where does crash outlet come from and who's funding it? And now, if you think your founders, you think it's appropriate to attack and kill, is civil be the news sticking? So there's
President Trump.
I think the point is drop site, love Hamas. I think that's really. I mean, are you okay with taking your?
Are you okay with being in the?
Let me just say that he can't even make us angry because it's the best way to think about it. As I'm listening to him walk, as I listen to him walk around and be out of breath, this is all that came to mind. As I saw him hobbling around, brain damaged, out of breath, this is the only thing that popped in my mind. And I'm just like, oh, is he trying to make us mad? Because he likes children being killed. Oh, is he like children being killed? TikTok, motherfucker. Tickety talk. All right, chat. We've got a chance to do a reaction to a More Perfect Union video. One of the fastest growing channels on YouTube in the politics sphere. And they are doing a story on AIPAC and corporate money in politics. Hell fucking
abolish
yeah.
ICE. I have a hard time with that.
I know that Medicare for all would be very difficult. Why is now the time?
Does he support the continued existence of Jews in Israel-Palestine?
More Perfect Union. You motherfucker aided me into watching 3 of the weirdest, creepy little fucking people of all time. Now, Abdul doesn't have to, he has to pretend that these people are not insane. But can I just say that you gave me 3 of the creepiest, dumbest, smuggest fucking people of all time.
All eyes are on Michigan, where Abdul al-Sayed is on the verge of a massive upset in the Senate Democratic primary, campaigning on issues that were previously deemed too radical.
I'm running on 3 things: money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all.
The argument against him is, as usual, about electability.
The electability issue, that is really the central question here.
The establishment pick is Haley Stevens, who's backed by over $30 million from AIPAC.
No one wants Abdul to win more than the Republicans. They think that they can beat him in November.
But in an era where an increasing number of Americans feel politically homeless, what does electability actually mean?
I have a lot of concerns with the Democratic Party.
I feel scared to call myself a Democrat.
I no longer consider myself either a Republican or a Democrat.
And can a progressive agenda really win in a purple state like Michigan?
What's my coalition? It's people who are sick and tired of being sick and tired.
We gathered voters with diverse political views to put al-Sayed's message to the test.
I come from a 4th generation auto worker family. A lot of what we hear from Democrats is like a lot of lip service, when in actuality they don't really follow through on anything that they really say.
I am a service disabled veteran. I would previously describe myself politically as more Republican leaning.
I have voted Republican in the past. I feel like the mainstream media is very biased, and I do respect a lot of the independent journalists, including...
I'll be completely honest with you, chat. Like, if somebody is Republican or Republican leaning, we don't need a single one of their votes. The reason why we're losing right now is because of a drop of turnout from young people, from progressive people, from people of color, right? Like, these guys are in the extreme minority. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't try to flip them. Obviously, we should try. So it'll be really interesting to see, are these self-described Republican-leaning voters susceptible to a strong progressive message?
Tucker Carlson.
My political views have evolved over time.
Donald Trump did visit Dearborn, and he said that we will try his best to end wars in the Middle East.
He was lying.
He accepted his, pledge.
Have you ever voted for a Republican?
Yes, many times. More often than Democrat.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
It's like this video was created to drive me insane. But again, there's a reason why More Perfect Union is the fastest growing, because how do I put this in a way that is nice? A lot of people want you to tell them you're not biased, right? Because to them, they believe bias is indicative of manipulation instead of honesty. If I tell you I have a point of view, that's more honest than trying to tell you that I don't. There is no neutral position. It does not exist. And this is something that a lot of people are rage against. They hate this idea. They despise this idea. It's intuitively an idea they despise. So there is a massive demand for people that pretend to be neutral.
See you guys.
Alexis, nice to meet you. Ibrahim, how are you? Very nice to meet you. Nice meeting you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to be out here. Yeah, really appreciate you.
Let's begin with Medicare for all, because that is one of the most important issues in this race.
I went to medical school, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about this system. Wrote a whole book on it, and ultimately realized that the biggest challenge is not making the math work. The biggest challenge is not architecting the system. The biggest challenge is creating the political will to get. I want you to imagine that next to your insurance card, you had another card, and that card was your Medicare. It came to you the day you were born, and it didn't matter if you turned 26, or get married, or get divorced, or get a job, or lose a job, that you could get healthcare with it. That's what Medicare for All is.
My uncle, he had a precarious healthcare situation, and he put off getting treatment for a while, and he ended up passing away from stomach cancer. I just think that really goes to show
That's
how
horrible.
far gone the system stands as it is right now.
Most people just put off having to do anything because the financial burden of actually getting the healthcare you need is more anxiety provoking than the possibility of being very sick.
You want to know something that's actually really sick? A lot of the times, people put off necessary care that they could afford because they don't understand their insurance plan. This is also another thing that happens. So you might have an insurance plan that might have covered you, but you don't understand it, so you have anxiety about even using it. So our system not only just prevents people from getting it because they couldn't get the financial burden, but the complexity and the confusion causes people who would be covered not to get care. That's another factor. It's not just what it doesn't cover. It's also the uncertainty causes avoidance, which leads to avoided care, that even that would be covered. Like, that is the thing that really gets me.
Now, the current system that we live under allows all of the corporations who make money off of our healthcare system to spend money to elect people who will then turn around and protect the industry. And they've, in effect, manufactured a bipartisan consensus that tells us we can't have guaranteed healthcare through Medicare. This is the question I always get. But doctor, how are you gonna pay for it? Just remember, we already pay for it. Every single dollar that goes to the back pocket of an insurance CEO, every single dollar that goes to a pharmaceutical company, every single dollar comes from where? One of our pockets, every single one. And because you don't have to worry about that health insurance CEO's exorbitant salary, now all of a sudden...
Why isn't dental care considered health care? Oh, do you want to know the answer? Because it's very stupid. Do you want to know why dental care is different than medical care? It's a combination of barbers used to do dental work and physicians didn't, which led to the professionalization of dentistry as a separate profession from medicine. And therefore, there was a cartel created to reinforce this separation. So now we have dental profession as separate from the medical profession. Very stupid. Very stupid.
The overhead off that system goes down. That's the vision of Medicare for All. We could have it if we actually were willing to fight for it.
My name is Lena Saad. I'm a clinical pharmacist. There's one patient that was not able to...
Did he say hair cutters or teeth cleaners? Yes. Yes, traditionally barbers would also pull teeth.
...afford her oral therapy at the time, and we relied on giving her samples that we would get from drug companies, and I would literally take it and drive it to her on my way home. So how can we incorporate the pharmaceutical aspect into...
And also some surgeries.
Medicare for All as well.
So one of the most important things we could do is negotiate prescription drug prices. Medicare becomes the buyer of all prescription drugs on behalf of all of us. And so it can use its power purchasing on behalf of the 350 million people in this country to start bringing those rates down. Here's the other crazy thing about pharma. Almost every pharmaceutical that has come to market in the last decade has had its roots in NIH-funded research. You know who paid for that? We did. Then some private company comes and buys the rights to this thing. Then they get to sell it back to the taxpayer at a ridiculous rate. And that's insane to me.
My mom's from Canada originally, and it seems like the motive there is to keep the people healthy.
So what we really want is prevention. I'll be honest with you, I actually agree with Maha on a lot of things. Most people are like, wait, what? They're right about a lot of the problems. The solutions are batshit crazy, but they're right about a lot of the problems. I think we need to stop selling huge amounts of ultra-processed foods in ways that have us subsidizing them via a whole bunch of programs, when what we really want is people to be eating healthy foods in the first place, right? Like in our current system, let's be clear, a lot of people make a lot of money off of people getting sick.
I've been working for Ford Motor Company for 31 years now. I've had it nice being a UAW member that I've had health insurance.
I paused the video chat because I'm a UAW member who votes Republican. Is one of the most embarrassing things you can be. And it happens all the time.
It's my entire career. I find myself as a parent of a child with autism. I'm coming towards the end of my career. So that's one of my biggest fears, where the care will be in place for him. I typically hold more libertarian views on something like this. So would we be doing like a single payer system?
It would be single payer. And what I want is that the government basically guarantees your health insurance. And that allows the healthcare providers to go out and say, look, if I can provide a better service, then I should win more patients. But it shouldn't be that your health insurance says, no, here's who's in network and here's who's out of network. So you're gonna go here and you're gonna like it. And I think there's a couple of pieces that we need to institutionalize. Number one, the governance of this system can't just change on a dime because you have a new president, right? And so the governance would have to live somewhere similar to the kind that we offer in the Fed, right? So the governance would have to sit under but separate from the executive branch in a certain way. We're the richest, most powerful country in the history of the world. And you know, we fight wars for no reason. But whenever we talk about providing healthcare, everyone's like, well, I don't know if we could do it. Well, it's a choice. These are policy choices. I would rather not spend $1 trillion on war. I'd rather spend that money on healthcare and schools and infrastructure.
The U.S. relationship with Israel has become a flashpoint.
The question about Israel isn't about the theoretical right to exist of a country that exists. The question about Israel is, do they have a right to our tax dollars?
AIPAC is spending $30 million.
When somebody says Israel has a right to exist, what they mean is Israel has a right to your blood, your sweat, your tears, and your treasure. That's what they're saying. They're not saying Israel, a foreign country, is allowed to exist on the other side of the planet. They're saying Israel has the right to take your money from your kids and spend it on their bombs.
$1 million to defeat El Sayed, its largest single race investment ever.
Too radical for Michigan. Too radical for the U.S. Senate.
And his opponent, Haley
What was that noise even? I don't even know what alert that is.
Stevens, has made her commitment to Israel very clear.
Hello from Israel! I will continue to fight for Israel's
Not even logged into Steam.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
But most voters believe the U.S. is too supportive of Israel, according to a recent AP poll. So will El Sayed's message actually get him more votes in Michigan?
As a U.S. Senator, how would you seek to reorient U.S. foreign policy?
I don't believe in unconditional foreign military aid to anyone. I don't pay my taxes every year to be like, man, I can't wait for Israel to get a new tank. And then when it comes to Israel's own behavior, I think we need to engage them consistent with what they have done. They have perpetrated genocide. And before that, they were perpetrating apartheid, right? They lobbied to move us into a war. Now they're trying to annex southern Lebanon. Like, I just think that any other country that behaved that way would be treated as a rogue nation because they're violating international law.
A fear that a lot of American Jews have when they hear messaging against the state of Israel is that that is a slippery slope towards Jews don't belong in Israel-Palestine at all.
I recognize that that land is a land that a lot of people have lived on, right? The most recent inhabitants before 1948 were the Palestinian people, but also historically the Jewish people. The problem, though, is that the implicit public policy of our government has been to aid, arm, and abet Israel's current government to the exclusion of the right to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinians, right?
What would you say to people who are worried that withdrawing defense funding to Israel would make American Jews less safe here at home?
This idea that the things that we're doing with our tax dollars to backstop a foreign government somehow makes Jewish folk more safe here, that doesn't make sense to me. I start from a position of principle, which is to say that Jewish Americans are not the same as AIPAC in Israel, that Jewish Americans deserve to live their lives unfettered and unencumbered by discrimination or hate, and that we have to fight together to build an America where that anti-Semitism is stamped out.
There is the largest Arab American community here in Michigan, and mostly are from the southern Lebanon. My dad is building this dream home for all of us as brothers or sisters, and it vanished in a couple seconds, and the soldiers were laughing about demolishing the whole village. As an American citizen, I'm paying taxes for this government to bomb and kill us for what?
I appreciate you lifting your voice, and I'm sorry about your family's experience. What is happening in southern Lebanon right now is
Why do we have to give way to these fucking people, man? I'm sorry. At this point, if you don't feel safe because Palestinians exist, you're a racist. You have to understand that a large part of politics is vibe. large part of life is vibes, right? Abdul signals to us his allegiance by who he stands next to, right? You think Francesca Hong comes on my show and Hassan's show? You think Claire Valdez comes on our shows? You know, they understand what they're saying. You should get the message, all right? Get the fucking message. And the other thing that is important is that for regular people, they want to not feel like you're going to be dangerous, right? You know, they want you to line with them morally, but also be trustworthy. And so when these kind of annoying people speak, the fact that Abdul could take it in and give a reasonable response is part of the job of being a politician. To show your control, to show your mastery, to show that you can exist with people who may not agree with you. And here's the thing. Sometimes people will disagree with someone saying something, but if you overreact against them, they'll worry that you don't tolerate dissent, and they're going to worry about you disagreeing with them in the future. So that's part of the job, is for him to be respectful, but also consistent. I hate it too. I don't believe in the politics of civility, but a lot of libs do. A lot of the people that were radicalizing do, especially, you know, and the other thing is, like, if you have young children or you have responsibility, you're going to be a little bit more skittish about over-the-top violent types of presentations or over-the-top confrontation type presentations. We should keep our target. Like, part of being a good politician is picking an enemy that is worthy of scorn, because people want to be pissed. So we have to give them a target. We can't pick a target that's going to splash back on our voters. That's dumb.
Frankly, an abomination. I intend to be a voice in the U.S. Senate to consistently advocate for our principles, and that we apply them everywhere, and that we apply them consistently.
Do you think that it's harder to change things so we're not being proactive anymore? Like, it's easier just to let things keep going, like Israel, AIPAC. Is it just the easy way out?
I'm threatening a system of power that says you just go along to get along. The real issue in our politics is not right versus left. It's not like progressive versus conservative. It's not Democrat, Republican. It's people who are locked out of our healthcare, our housing, our economy, versus the people doing the locking out. I just want to always be on the side of the people who are locked out. In theory, my opponent in this race is Haley Stevens. My real opponent in this race is Chuck Schumer, every corporate PAC, AIPAC. They will run your name in the mud. They will lie about you. They will lie about their opponent. It doesn't matter as long as they maintain a control on power.
One of the biggest attacks on El Sayed right now is that he will lose to Republican Mike Rogers. The Democratic establishment thinks that Stevens' ties to the Obama administration and her history as a U.S. representative since 2018 make her a safer bet. But recent polls slightly favor El Sayed's chances against Rogers.
I haven't decided who I'm going to vote for sure. I do think Stevens polls a lot better with like the older demographic who are much more likely to vote.
Yeah,
I think Haley would have a better chance to beat him.
Does that impact how you're going to decide to vote?
Yes, for sure. When it comes to being against Mark Rogers, I want to hear how you can get your message out to people when you are facing these odds of people spending millions and millions of dollars that you don't necessarily have.
You beat Mike Rogers because you build something that embodies the hope and the joy that you want to have for the future. This is a guy who voted to raise prescription drug prices I don't know how many times. Then he helped to architect the opioid epidemic. He took $700,000 from the pharma industry. They're going to spend a whole lot of money trying to call me some combination between a communist and a terrorist. And I'm going to sit out there and be like, yeah, well, he's corrupt as hell.
Hey, Mike, I work for a political polling firm. We were running a Michigan survey yesterday. I asked about who you would vote for between Mike Rogers and Abdul, and it never mentioned Haley Stevens at all. Either you were doing something for Abdul or you were doing something for Mike Rogers. My guess is you were doing something for Mike Rogers.
Now, I get it. I'm brown. I'm Muslim. I got a name you probably can't pronounce, right? But I was born and raised here, and I've taken the time to serve and listen. So I think that's how we beat him.
I do question.
Probably would be Abdul. Now that I'm thinking about it, like, it probably will be Abdul because I think one of the things he wants to get ahead of is the idea that he's not, like, the last vulnerability for people is always electability. So if he could get a result showing him beating Mike Rogers, then he could push back against the electability argument.
In his ability to win against a Republican, I feel that some of his beliefs turn off a large portion of the population. Listening to his comments that he would like to abolish ICE, I have a hard time with that.
I'm Abdul El Sayed, the only Senate candidate for abolishing ICE, and I approve this message.
A lot of people in this room, abolish ICE is one where they are a little bit confused about what it means. Lena, you expressed some questions about what
wow, I can't believe the Zionist is like, I don't want to abolish ICE either. Wow, that's weird.
Policy looks like.
I think we.
Oh, I thought it was the Zionist. Never mind.
Used to protect.
Jeez, is she the Republican Muslim woman? Is she the Republican Muslim woman? I think one of the reasons I like not being a politician is I could just say, you're not bright. ICE discriminates against people based on their appearance, and it's been upheld by the Supreme Court. They would look at you in a headscarf, and they could grab you up off the street and accuse you of being an immigrant. And if you have an accent, they could use that as even more indication that you're not a citizen. And then if you say, no, I can prove I'm a citizen, they could say, this is fake and rip it up. And you never have due process. I need you to get your shit together.
Our borders and protect Americans. How can we draw that fine line between utilizing this federal agency versus allowing them to go rogue as they've done recently?
Here's the thing. So I've run government agencies, and once they take on a certain culture, it's really hard to change it. Really, really, really hard. So under Trump, he started to recruit people who specifically came to ICE, not to specifically enforce immigration policy, but they're against immigration. The whole subtext of this is that Donald Trump sold this fallacy to people where he understood that people were in pain. You're out of a job, you're out of a home, you can't afford your health care. And his answer was a simple one. Well, if you're out of a job, it's because the immigrant took a job. Out of a home, immigrants living in your home. Out of health care, immigrant took your health care. And so he turned immigrants into the answer to everybody's problems. And then he built out ICE as a way of demonizing immigration itself. ICE itself has become a rogue agency based on a premise that is inconsistent with both the Constitution and the ideals of our country.
Mike, I agree with most points, but there's no documented evidence on ICE ripping up papers. To be honest, they need to reform for sure, though. They absolutely have abused and attacked and denied American citizens and kept them in detention for literally days until their families were able to kick up enough of a stink in the media to get them out. It happened in LA. A coalition of civil rights groups today offered evidence that the United States citizens have been illegally detained, sometimes for many days, due to immigration and customs enforcement holds. This was all the way back in 2011. This isn't even a Trump thing. It's been going on so long. But yes, it happened in Los Angeles as well.
We don't need it. In fact, we didn't have it before 2002. America's a lot older than 2002. So the notion that we can't protect our southern border or we can't enforce immigration policy without ICE is just not true. You get rid of the agency, you fire all the people in it, and then you ask yourself, what would you want to build that actually achieved the goals that we have? To keep a safe and secure southern border, to create a very clear pathway to citizenship for people, right? And in the cases where you have people who should not be here and do bad things, that you are very targeted in your enforcement, rather than making a show out of enforcing to tell all immigrants that they don't belong here.
That's very, very enlightening. Thank you.
Because I think this goes to like ICE and other things that like our politics are so black and white. How do you change that narrative? Because we need to recognize each other as like people again.
The problem with too many Democrats is it's too easy to point and say, I'm against Trump. You should vote for me. And you're like, well, from a policy standpoint, are you really for me?
Yeah.
You're taking money from all the worst people. So what would happen if we actually built a movement about what could be good? When we can start talking to folks who might have voted for Trump for a whole bunch of different reasons, to be like, all right, is your life better now? Do you have better health care? Do you have better access to a job? Can you afford a home? If no, here's an opportunity. Let's focus on that, right? So I just really appreciate you guys having this conversation that's like the lifeblood of what we do in our civics, and is really enlightening. Thank you guys. Appreciate you all.
Did Abdul change your mind on any issues?
Yeah, definitely on the ICE issue.
I think the way that Abdul spoke about Medicare for all, as far as it being a plausible and a tangible goal, was pretty enlightening. And I
so 2 times since 2011, so you got me a guess. All right, let's keep going. I plan to vote for Abdul.
I think that Abdul did change my mind about what I feel like I can expect from a politician who really believes what they say.
Him taking a stance on something, even if it's strong and people consider it maybe too strong, I think taking a stance means something.
It's an election. Anybody could lose. Haley Stevens could lose. And I'd rather, vote for somebody who I agree with on their policy points rather than somebody who I just think is against Trump. I've got my mail-in ballot at home. I'm gonna go home and fill it out and mail it in for.
This is why More Perfect Union is such a good normie platform, because they do this painstaking conversation with people that I find very annoying personally. but they show you that persuasion is possible. This is what politics is about, really. This is retail politics. And so the fact that Abdul was willing to sit down with these people and have this conversation, now you can show this to your normie family members who are interested but a little bit worried, and show them this video, the widest possible end of the funnel, and that politics is about persuasion and policy.
Abdul al-Sayed.
The narrative in the media is that El-Sayed's policies are too radical. But with these voters, who largely distrust both parties, his ideas broke through. El-Sayed won't be able to sit down with every skeptical voter in the state, though. So I asked him what he thinks his path to victory in November actually looks like.
You talked to a bunch of voters who had voted for Trump, many who identified as Republican for a long time, and they all left the conversation yesterday saying that they're going to vote for you. Are there issues beyond sort of Medicare for All, which is your core, that you think have the potential to win over disaffected Trump voters in a general election?
Corporate monopoly, the corruption of our food system, the role of AI in society, the onslaught of data centers. You think about who's taking money from these corporations. Unfortunately, it's Democrats and Republicans. I always wonder why there's so much opposition to this in the Democratic Party. And I keep coming back to the same answer, which is it's just laziness. It's laziness, and it's this sort of...
It's not laziness, bro. There is a consultant class who gets rich, and they have access to the media, you know? And they like unlimited money because it goes in their pocket. It's greed.
Elitism. The laziness part is, well, if we can't get money from corporations, then we're actually going to have a message and go talk about our message anywhere and everywhere. I've done 450 public events. I challenge my opponent in this race to say how many events she's done, where she's actually taking questions. You got to do the work, it turns out. And then the elitism part is, well, the corporations are rich and they throw the fanciest parties. And if I don't take their money, I'm not going to be invited to the party. I'm like, fuck your party. Who cares? You got the best room on the Titanic and don't realize that the whole Titanic's about to go down. I don't know, man. I just, I really struggle to understand the psychology of it.
Yeah. It seems to me that you are interested in something deeper than just winning this election, that it is actually fighting for some sort of change.
Losing this primary is not the worst outcome for me. The worst outcome is that I get the job and I fail to deliver. That's the worst outcome. So I don't want to fight for the job and in the process hamstring myself from doing the work. I don't want to have been one of those senators that, you know, you had this power and then you sold out and then you can't even account for why you were there. So right now, you've got the choice between 3 candidates, 2 of us in this primary and then 1 in the general. There's only one of us who's never taken money from Blue Cross Blue Shield. Only one of us who doesn't want to send your money abroad to drop bombs on other people and wants to keep it here to invest in your kids. There's only one of us. So which do you pick?
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. If you want to support our journalism so we can create more videos like this one, join our membership program to get exclusive perks and members-only content. And if you have a tip, email us at stories@perfectunion.us.
Gonna win, folks. That's my comment. You think Medicare for All should also cover veterinary care? No. I think that we should be talking about how we can manage companion animals best as a society, how we can rein in things like puppy mills, and we can work toward ensuring that animals have access to, it should be properly controlled, trained, registered to ensure, make sure that they're not being mistreated. But I don't think we could do like universal veterinary care. That's not what Medicare for All is for. Animals are not the same thing as people. What are we doing? And before I'm now a speciesist. Anyway, let's keep going. What a win. I don't even know what else to say, Oh God, there's a new Destiny video. Have you guys seen this? My respect for you just went up because you know about speciesism. What is this song called? Is it the vegan rap? Vegan rap? Yes, I figured it out.
If you gain weight from too much chow, I will never call you a cow. I respect you and cows.
Don't use cow as an insult.
If you eat every single fig, I will never call you a pig. I respect you and pigs.
Don't use pig as an insult. Animals are innocent. Don't be speciesist. Never use the name of an animal as an insult for a human. Animals are innocent. Don't Don't be speciesist. Never use the name of an animal as an insult for
This is
a
Austin
human.
Oxcore, yeah.
If you avoid thoughts that are deep, I will never call you a sheep. I respect you and sheep.
Don't use sheep as an insult.
If you get scared and your pulse quickens, I will never call you a chicken. I respect you and chickens.
Don't use chicken as an insult. Animals are innocent. Don't be speciesist. Never use the name of an animal as an insult for a human. Animals are innocent. Don't be speciesist. Never use the name of an animal as an insult for a human.
If you're disloyal and we have a spat, I will never call you a rat. I respect you and rats.
Don't use rat as an insult.
If you check out women while out for a jog, I will never call you a dog. I respect you and dogs.
Don't use dog as an insult.
If
Why are
you
you
complain that
respecting the
we're
sexual harasser guy?
not rich, I will never call you a bitch. I respect you and female dogs.
Don't use bitch as an insult.
If you tell a lie and make my trust break, I will never call you a snake. I respect you and snakes.
Don't use snake as an insult. Animals are innocent. Don't be speciesist. Never use the name of an animal as an insult for a human. Animals are innocent. Don't be speciesist. Never use the name of an animal as an insult for a human. Animals are innocent. Don't be speciesist. Never use the name of an animal as an insult for a human. Animals are innocent. Don't be speciesist. Never use the name of an animal as an insult for a human.
Be kind, be vegan. All right, Mike, you missed the 10-year anniversary of this?
This is for Hillary.
Okay, we're not doing this. We're not gonna try to kill the stream, okay? You're like literally trying to kill the stream. We can't do vegan rap right into the Hillary song. Like, what are you doing here, man? That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. The vegan rap is funny because you haven't heard it before. But I can't do that. I can't do that to you. What else are we talking about today? Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but we were right about everything again. You remember how I told you we were going to win all the Senate seats? Poll just came out of Ohio sewing Sherrod Brown up. Let's see here. There was another poll. There was an Obama ad for the Iowa guy. What about this banger? Why the fuck are you sending me this shit? No, I want to talk about politics. Sherrod Brown. So Obama has decided to finally say something about politics and has endorsed the guy running for Senate in Iowa with this ad.
Ball game. Who's got next?
I got it. You ready for me, Josh?
I'm ready.
Let's go. We playing horse or what?
We're playing Iowa.
I know a little something about winning Iowa.
All right, here we go.
We ready?
You know when it's in.
Come on, I'm not going to just give it away.
All right.
That thing is silky smooth.
Thousands of hours of practice.
You were the shooter?
4-time Paralympian, 2-time gold medalist.
Back-to-back gold medals.
Okay.
I told you, I'm not just going to give it away to you. You got to earn this thing.
We'll back up a little bit. All right.
See, this is just going to put some pressure on me. Let's see if the bank's open. Oh, bank was closed.
Well, I wasn't going to let you win.
Well.
Oh.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel like basketball is not the sport of Iowa. You know, maybe I'm crazy.
Come on now.
You have a Mount Rushmore.
I'm kidding. I'm joking.
I do think Jordan's the GOAT.
I do too.
I think LeBron's probably number 2.
Bro, come on. Come on. Jordan is not the GOAT. Jordan is not. It's LeBron. Come on. That was true like 10 years ago, but now, like, come on. LeBron is the GOAT. Like, you can like Michael Jordan all you want, but like, come on. Jordan is oh my God. Chatters. Come on, man. Don't even start with me.
Agree with you?
I think Kareem is probably number 3.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, come on. I thought I'd have to put Magic at 4.
I've got Russell after that, and then I think I go Kareem. That's good.
He's calling it now. So you like that 3-pointer?
Hey, you shoot where you want.
All right, let's go. Tell me how things are going out there.
Everywhere we go, urban areas, rural areas, people are ready for change.
Oh, I thought I had that one. That's Iowa right there, buddy. A lot of people have heard me say this. Of all the things I've done in politics, Iowa was my favorite thing. There was just a magic about regular folks showing up in gyms like this, and just talking out. How do we move our state forward? How do we move the country forward?
Well, I'll tell you what, people all across Iowa are saying that they're feeling that hope, that optimism for the first time in a long time.
That's my sense. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
I've seen enough. Not only did I get whooped, but you've got here a man of character, somebody who knows how to win. Now the ball's in your court, Iowa. Let's make sure that we send Josh Turek to the United States Senate.
Tell you what, he's a good shooter. I was impressed.
I gotta say, like, for me personally, I gotta tell you, this is a 2007 era political ad. It doesn't hit for me. I am too autistic for this shit. Like, I just feel the little you know, manipulation, the nostalgia, like all this shit does not work on me. I don't think of politicians as friends, you know, like it just does not hit at all for me. Like, not even a little bit. But it does indicate something, which is Barack Obama thinks he's got a shot of winning this thing, which is exactly what I wanted to which is what I was trying to say is I think that we might sweep everything. It's why I think we need to get, you know, if we can get Oliver Larkin over the finish line, I think he's going to win. Like, that we are in a blue wave year. And what happens in a wave is typically you win every single seat that people thought was a toss-up, and you start winning seats that nobody saw coming. That's what makes a wave a wave. And the thing about waves, if you can anticipate the wave and you can put more resources into those reach seats, you can pick them up. And the thing about winning the Senate, like winning these seats this year, these guys are going to be staying in office throughout the entire rest of Trump's term and the entire first term of whoever the next president is. So this is an absolutely vital election. If we can pick up seats in Iowa, if we can pick up seats in Texas, if we can pick up seats like reach seats, then in 2 more years, when we have a few more seats we can pick up in easier terrain, and we can actually pick up like a majority that might be big enough for things like adding DC as a state or overturning the filibuster. You know, we need as many of these stupid fucking marginal seats as we can get. Talrico is winning as well. At this point in 2018, Ted Cruz was up 6. But now, 5 polls into 2026, James Talrico has a 2-point edge over Ken Paxton. I think we're going to win them all. I think we're going to win Ohio. I think we're going to win Iowa. I think we're going to win Texas. Let's take a look at the map. I have, you know, I said at the beginning of this year that we would win Texas, but I'm starting to change my mind. I think we are winning. I think we're winning Michigan. No question. I think we're winning Iowa. I think we're winning Texas. I think we're winning Maine. And I would not be shocked if Montana is a toss-up. Like, we're winning North Carolina. We're winning Georgia in a landslide. We're winning North Carolina solidly. I think the Democrats might actually really flip the fuck out of this. I think this year is the year. Ken Paxton is a pedophile level candidate. Like, he is a generationally bad candidate. It's like when Doug Jones won. Ken Paxton is on that level. Oh yeah, Alaska too. I think Mary Peltola has a chance as well. I think we might actually sweep all this shit. Like, legitimately wave year shit. This is what a wave year feels like when you're winning these wild seats. Like, this could really, 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 really be huge. Now, then the concern will be, are we going to be able to convince these guys to, like, say, admit DC as a state? How many of them are going to, you know, work against Hillary? Or, excuse me, Hillary. Work with Hillary to try to contain the left. So, but that's the thing. Like, obviously, we want as many of these seats as possible so that, you know, in the next Senate, and the Senate in 2028, we have an even bigger opportunity to widen this majority so we could do things like add DC as a state. Dan Osborne is another one. Like, I legitimately think, like, wave year is crazy. I'm not saying that these things are locked by any means, but I feel like the entire map is open because Donald Trump is so goddamn unpopular. This is what happened. This is what happened in 2006, in 2008. Like, we started winning places we would never win because he was, like, in the 30th percentile. And it's not going to get better for Trump. This dumb motherfucker is putting us into a war that nobody wanted. There's no end in sight. The economy is shit. You think oil prices, and by the way, I'm not guaranteeing anything. I'm just saying this is what the numbers indicate to me is like, I am not, you guys have been, how long have you guys been watching me? Have I ever been a Pollyanna? Have I ever been a Pollyanna? Have I ever said, oh, we're going to win? I don't know about the Montana race. I'd have to look into this one more, but I think the Democrats, they are in crazy good shape. You were the only one I saw who called Harris throwing. I mean, I didn't just call it. I predicted 49 out of 50 states. Right now, Alame is way ahead in Montana. Montana is weird. This poll on Trump says everything. Donald Trump approval is underwater with whites without degrees by 6 points. There is a division among white people. And a lot of times people think it's education. Education is important. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Like, education is very predictive. But something that's even more predictive is evangelical or Christian self-identity. And right now, Donald Trump did very well with non-college educated white people that were not evangelical Christian. That's where he did really well. You know who else did really well with them? Barack Obama. I've long called these people the downscale whites. And they are typified by the podcast bros. The downscale whites, which are white people without college degrees. They have body senses of humor, right? They like dirty comedy, maybe even a little bit of edgy humor, but I wouldn't consider them racist, like in the sense of like committed to white supremacy, even if they have racist takes. And for the longest time, these kind of like downscale, you know, down to earth, body white people, they used to vote Democrat. They had union jobs and they voted Democrat. And Donald Trump made major inroads in them. Basically, people that used to listen to Howard Stern, right? And Donald Trump was a Howard Stern regular, and he has made mega gains with this group of people, like absolute mega gains with these people. Breaking 1 hour ago. Yeah. I mean, El Sayed is winning the primary. It's a wrap. I told you. Do you think oil prices going up making it more likely for a blue wave? Yes. People vote against the president if things suck. The president and his political party are blamed for when things suck, especially in midterm. We have a legit shot of winning 54 to 56 seats this cycle, which is going to set up a good chance to take 60 plus in 2028. Yes. Unironically, Donald Trump may be Donald Trump winning may actually be, like, if we could survive the next 2 years and get AOC at like a Green New Deal type realignment wave, it might actually have been the kind of disaster that we all needed to shake ourselves out of our fucking complacency and get people to give up on the Democratic Party centrist establishment once and for all. I said this might happen. It was one of the reasons why I was like, listen, there's going to be a thermostatic effect back and we'll be in the driver's seat. Is it bordering on accelerationism? Yes, but that's our only choice. So we have to push for everything. And that's why I think like Abdul El Sayed and Francesca Hong and Troy Jackson, they're all going to win by 10 points plus. The real question is, how much do we win Sherrod Brown by? Do we win in Texas? Do we win in Ohio? Do we win in Iowa? Do we win in Alaska? Do we win in Montana? Do we win in Nebraska? Those are real questions. Do you think that Trump will try to tamper with elections? Yes. I think that's the wild card that we can't predict. Do you read the writing on the wall? You don't say it's saying good. Listen, I try to keep my emotions out of my analysis. My analysis is based on what I see in the numbers. And when I tell you what I differ from the numbers, I give you a material reason, not a vibe reason, but like an actual articulable reason why I believe what I believe, right? When I say the polls are underestimating Claire, the polls are underestimating Daria Lisa, and then I tell you what number they're going to get and I nail it exactly right, it's not because I pulled it out of my ass, it's because I have a alternative model for what the electorate's going to look like. And I feel like that has been validated over and over and over again. When I said that Kamala Harris is going to get swept, it was because my model was underperformance of young people, underperformance of black voters compared to 2020 due to suppressed turnout because she was a bad candidate who was spitting in the face of her base. And that happened. MERS doesn't support sanctions on Israel. So in the newest reaction podcast, which is going to drop on Saturday, we talk about the AfD and the right wing in Germany. So if you're surprised by this, you haven't been paying attention. We talk about this directly. With famous YouTuber 3 Arrows.
Ja, ich will zunächst einmal sagen, die Produkte, die Waren aus den besetzten Gebieten.
Okay, fuck America. All right, what's going on in the world? Did they cut rates or are they not cutting rates? I doubt they're going to cut rates, right? Because like oil shock, that would cause inflation like to go crazy. Did they announce yet? Steve's desperation has hit new levels. The Haley Stevens literature targeting black voters. You guys think this is going to work? Do you guys think this is going to work? He was a critical part of my team that helped the American auto industry come roaring back. Think that's going to work? Oh yeah, Heath. Oh yeah, I have to figure out the Heath shit. It's on my mind. It's on my mind. Fed holds rates, hawkish split emerges. Oh, and 3 of them wanted to raise rates? Oh boy. Oh boy. Why is the news so bad at showing the news these days?
A whopping 73% of American adults polled say the president has not paid enough attention to the country's most important problems.
And ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump has a 73% no for paying attention to the country's problems. That means his ceiling on that question is 27%. We are below 30%. Mike from PA, what Mike was right? Will Donald Trump be below 30% approval by the end of the year? You guys remember my January predictions? Let's go back. My January predictions. My 2026 predictions. It's the year of the fire horse. G said we're going to charge ahead like a horse. I think it's going to be a good year. Politics predictions. Democrats are going to win the House and tie the Senate. I actually think I underestimated the Senate. I think the energy is even better than I thought possible in January. I thought it was going to be a good year, and it's going above what I said. I think they're going to win Maine, North Carolina, and Ohio, but they're going to lose Texas again and Iowa. I don't know. I think the evidence is the other way. I think Donald Trump really is that despised. Again, Trump approval dipping below 30% by the end of the year. My presidential frontrunners are AOC, Gavin Newsom, and the centrist pick is Josh Shapiro. Zoran is going to pass the rent freeze, get childcare. He's not going to have free buses, but he's going to improve the speed and reliability of routes, and the city-owned grocery stores will be successful. It's like I can see the future. Literally spot on. Although I have to say, I think I underestimated just how unpopular Donald Trump was going to be.
That's a record number of discontented Americans. Trump's overall approval ratings.
What was your read on the buses? You want my honest to God truth? I feel like fare removal is so hard to do. I think fare removal is so hard to do. People, it just going to zero is really, it's a big lift. It's a big lift because people will be like, what? You can't pay $1 and then we could have double the frequency? Like you start to get into the questions of like frequency versus free. I think almost everybody wants more frequency, right? If I could show up and get the bus shows up every 5 minutes, that would be worth $1 to me. And like 99.9% of people. So going to zero fares is like a very hard lift. Why not both? Because that means you're not spending on something else. And it's very low hanging fruit money. And it's always generally a good idea to put some amount of a user fee on something like transportation. You know, like it is what it is. Like, again, I'm not saying it's a bad idea to do free fares. In fact, the right bus fare might even be like negative, but it's just any amount of fare box revenue adds into the kitty. I tend to be a person who believes in a Viennese style model where we aggressively give out free bus passes and we don't try to do enforcement and we do an honor system and we just try to collect fares from like high conscientious people. And maybe we like make it cool to pay your fares or something, like giving like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like there's just like high trust behavior. Fare collection is expensive. Yeah, that's exactly right. A lottery for fare payers is a great idea. That's the type of stuff I like, right?
Slipped to just 34%. His approval rating hasn't been this low since just after the January 6th attack on the Capitol. So the question remains, will his party end up paying a price for
what the liberals want to do is people who are already on the fair fares program, reduced fare will go from half off to just free. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought might happen. I mean, it makes sense, right?
all this come November. CNN Washington Bureau Chief and Political Director David Chalian joining us now. David, give us some sense of what is kind of behind these really bad numbers for the president.
Yeah, you noted the 34% overall job approval, Sarah. I want you to look at the intensity that is behind that. We asked folks not just do you approve or disapprove, but do you strongly disapprove, strongly approve? And take a look here at the disparity between those that say they strongly approve of the president's job performance. Only 15% of Americans now say that. That's down from just a year ago in our polling as well. And look at that bottom number. Half the country, half of Americans in this poll, they don't just disapprove of Donald Trump, they strongly disapprove of Donald Trump. So the intensity of the disapproval is like more than 3 to 1 more intense than what you see on the intensity of the approval. His own fellow partisans, Republicans, their assessment of his performance, only 78% of Republicans now approve of Donald Trump's job performance. That is a numeric low for Donald Trump in his entire career, both terms, among his fellow Republicans. And we looked at one of the key components of his coalition, his winning coalition, white, non-college educated Americans. He won 2/3 of them in 2024 against Kamala Harris, and now a majority, 54%, disapprove. Only 46% of white, non-college Americans, a key part of his base, are actually in approval of the job performance he's doing.
Give us some sense when you look at these numbers, how the president is performing on other issues.
Yeah, you noted at the top, there is not an issue tested where he has majority support, but the major driving issues of the day, Iran, inflation, gas prices, they are at the bottom of the list. On those 3 issues, he does not even crack 30% approval. So he's underperforming on the most prominent issues of the day than his overall approval. I mean, on gas prices, 21% approval. Inflation, the issue that sort of brought him back to the Oval Office, he promised to lower prices. He's only at 25% approval. And so even if you look at the top, like immigration, one of his former strong suits, he still only sits at 39% approval. So there's not an issue where he can sort of tout as a major success. But really troubling for him and his party is that we know the economy's issue number 1. And
basically, MAGA doesn't mean anything except you're a member of the Trump cult, right? It's like if somebody identifies as MAGA or somebody identifies as DGG, there is no persuading that person with argument. Their identity is the cult. Basically, everybody who doesn't identify with Trump as a cult is starting to dislike him. We're going to basically see what the bare bottom support for the Republican Party is going to be. And this is within a stock market that hasn't even really crashed, with an economy that hasn't really gave out. Can you imagine if the economy turned sour?
He is just very, very low in those numbers.
It is remarkable that the 2 big issues that Americans really cared about and how he got into the presidency, which was the economy and immigration. He's in the 30s. Really stunning numbers there, David. Thank you so much for all your reporting on this. Appreciate you. John?
Thanks, Sarah.
All right, with us now, CNN political commentator Alyssa Farah-Griffin. She's a former White House communications director for the first Trump administration. And Alyssa.
Oh, wow, we got to bring on a Trump supporter. Wow, okay, spin these numbers, please. We're fucking CNN. God damn, I forgot we're on Fox News, except even more boring.
This is the top line number, 34% approval, as low as it has ever been for Donald Trump. And on the question of does he have the right priorities, 70.
Oh! Now, I don't think that the Republican Party will ever actually get 27% of the vote. But what that means is their like enthusiasm is absolutely horrible. Like they might not show up. And like this is just reported 3 days ago in the Washington Post. Republicans see scary lack of enthusiasm among core voters ahead of midterms. If you guys remember, I had a image where I talk about the strategies of an election. The strategy of an election. Okay, here we go. All right, my Ethan looking at my sub count in Malding. You know, sorry. Sorry about that. This is my socialist font. This is my tanky font. It's called Future Socialism, if you're looking for this font. When we talk about like elections, this is a very important concept to understand if you're trying to like figure out how do you win. Well, there are 5 categories of voters, right? There are, and we sort them in this square via 2 major categories. You have voting propensity and your partisanship. And these are basically how often do you vote and who do you vote for, right? If you always show up and you always vote for the Democrat or the left, then you're in the base. I don't have to do anything to you because you self-motivate. You're going to show up. If I talk to you, it's to raise money or to ask you to volunteer, all right? So that's your base voters. Then you have your drop-off voters. And this is where the Democrats really lose their election, because they may have a lot of people that would never vote for a Republican ever, no matter what happened, but they get pissed off at the Democrats, and they're busy and they just don't feel like showing up. Or maybe they don't even know the election is happening. So these are called drop-off voters. So if we can get you to show up, you'll vote for the communist, or you'll vote for the DSA candidate, or you'll vote for, you'll vote for the Democrat while holding your nose, right? The Democratic Party is absolutely fucking horrible about these people. Then we have persuadables. That's in the middle. These are people that show up, maybe they, also this persuades goes all the way over here. It goes all the, I wanted to make it, I wanted to make persuades be symmetrical. I really should have stretched the box all the way to the right to include all the high propensity people who are like swing voters who always show up. I should have done that, but I didn't. Whatever. And then, so those people are people that they're going to probably show up, but sometimes they vote Republican, sometimes they vote Democrat. This is actually a very small percentage of people, maybe 1 or 2%. These people are who the media loves obsessing over. These are the people that you always show in fucking focus groups. They're always showing up in reporters are always trying to find them at the fucking diner. These people are freaks, and they're actually a very small percentage of the population overall. All right. But if we can win them over, that's like each time you win a persuadable voter, that's like 2 votes instead of 1. So that gives them a little bit more juice, because every time you flip a vote from your opponent, it's like -1 to them and +1 to you. So that's 2. So, the juice is kind of worth the squeeze. You want to go after these people, because why wouldn't you? And then, of course, the other 2 categories, which are low partisanship, high propensity voters. We call these enemies. These are the people that, if Civil War II electronic boogaloo kicked off, they're putting on the grays, and they're raising up, St. Andrew's cross once again, festooned with stars. All right, if you get my drift, that's the Confederate flag. All right. Enemy voters are people that we don't want them to show up. We hate them. We want them to, it's pointless to talk to them. They'll never agree with you. If they show up, they're voting for the right. They're horrible people. I mean, let's just be honest. And then, of course, there is the drop-off voters for the other side. These are people that are super right-wing, but they're lazy pieces of shit. And this is where Donald Trump did really well. Donald Trump got the lazy racist to show up. That's why Donald Trump was able to overperform his polls, because he got the lazy racists, all of them, to show up. Now, okay, so now you understand this is like the strategy of what kind of voter am I talking to? When you're running a political campaign, you always have to ask yourself, who am I talking to? Because who you're talking to tells you what you need to do. Drop-off voters, motivate. Persuade. Base voters, ask for help and donations and volunteer time. Enemy voters, suppress. Low propensity enemy voters, ignore. Make them forget the election is even happening, right? So that is your perspective, right? And sometimes people are in maybe even kind of, they float between the categories. But for the most part, elections are about maximizing your base, motivating the drop-offs, persuading the persuadables, and suppressing the enemy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a moment where everything is going our way. Donald Trump isn't on the ballot. So the drop-off enemy voters, the low propensity voters, they're not showing up. The enemy base voters are suppressed. They have scary lack of enthusiasm. Our base voters are fired up. And with the new and exciting Democratic Socialist candidates all over the country, we've got our drop-off voters, our reluctant voters, our independent leaners showing up to vote for people like Francesca Hong. We are going to win a goddamn landslide. And when Abdul El-Sayed and Francesca Hong and Troy Jackson win in those purple states, and they win big, AOC launches for president, and the electability argument goes out the window because every single one of them endorsed her day one. And we've got a huge campaign in Maine. We've got a huge campaign in Wisconsin, huge campaign in Michigan. Key swing seats, key swing states ready to line up behind Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Have I talked about the new Abdul poll yet? I don't believe he's down 10 in the general. That's a fake poll. That doesn't matter. It's literally, hey, majority reporters, welcome to the Mike from PA positive vibe. We're all going to live. We're all going to win Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. Oh, and if you didn't see, I just have something I wanted to show all of you. We're all going to survive because of the Mike from PA difference.
Live streams. They're with a guy called Mike from Pennsylvania.
But you're also on the show of a streamer called Mike from PA.
Francesca is now leading the polls in the state's Democratic primary for governor.
Claire Valdez, she came on my stream. Say hi to the Central Committee stream.
Hi, Central Committee stream. Wow,
Okay.
excited to be here.
And so she got the Mike from PA bump.
Claire Valdez has been declared the winner there by the Associated Press.
And we call it the Mike from PA difference.
You appear.
Oh, Mike Hopium, thank you. I've been cynical seeing all the erasing this admin has been. Listen, it's everything is horrible with Trump. But if we can make it to November, and it's coming up quick, chat, we're only 3 months away. 3 months and a little bit of change away from the election and from the midterm. And when it happens, Donald Trump and the Republican Party is going to be smashed. If you're in Alaska, if you're in Montana, if you're in Iowa, if you're in Nebraska, if you're in Wisconsin, if you're in Michigan, if you're in Maine, if you're in North Carolina, if you're in Georgia, if you're in Texas, get fired the fuck up. I'm in Tennessee and I'm voting blue. I don't care how little my vote matters. Ladies and gentlemen, we will win. It's never been better than it is right now. And the Republicans are dying. They're seeing a scary lack of enthusiasm among even their core voters. Donald Trump has his approval of his policies is 27%.
3%. 73% say no. So you're a communications expert. If you saw numbers like this when you were in the White House, what would you tell the president he should be focused on or how he should be communicating?
I mean, these are glaring signals. Alarms are going off. These disapprovals are stunning. But listen, the president continues to seem extremely distracted. You and I were covering that speech last
Assad is having Norm? You mean Norm Finkelstein?
Last week at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He was weaving, he was bobbing, he was swimming, he was all over.
Hell yeah.
And his White House advisors, I talked to many of them, they simply want him to focus on the economy. Yet he will not do that. I think of this nonpartisan housing bill, he should have done a whole rollout around it. He should have invited bipartisan lawmakers to the White House, taken all the credit for it, and said, I am doing the biggest investment in affordable housing in 50 years. But for some reason, he wants to talk about virtually everything but the economy and lowering the cost of living. But I also think part of what's in the president's ear and head about this is, listen, the midterms don't look great for Republicans. I think it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that the House is going to flip. But I think it's in the back of his mind that the Senate very much looks like it may stay in Republican hands. It could flip, but there's not some overwhelming wave, I think, that he's expecting. And I think that gives him some hope that there is going to be this balance of power where he still may have Republican control in the Senate, yet lose the House to Democrats.
So the flip side of that is how do Democrats handle this and what do they choose to focus on? And I bring up this, feelings about Donald Trump's D.C. construction projects as a point here, because you can see if you add it up here, 58% are either dissatisfied or angry about all the building President Trump wants to do in D.C. and around that. That's a huge number. That could be catnip for Democrats. But my question, Alyssa, is that where Democrats should focus, or should it be on these lists of major issues that you were just talking about where the president's also underwater, the economy? And
30% on the economy. I mean, these are FDR style numbers. And the thing is, I want everybody, if you are somebody who has ever considered running for office and you have the ability to set aside work and you think you could raise a couple $100,000 from friends and family and your connections, which is a high bar, I know it's a high bar. I want you to join your local DSA. I want you to get involved in the election this cycle. I need you to be ready to run, okay? I need you to ready to run. And if you're already like a major DSA candidate and you've already been part of DSA, well, then you might not need to have those things I just talked about, because we are going to build a national presidential campaign around socialism. What do I need to do to get Sam Cedar to join DSA? Majority reporters, it's time for Sam Cedar to join DSA. Who's with me? I want Sam Cedar to join DSA. It's time.
Inflation, gas prices. What do you think?
It's got to be both, and it's got to be tailored. Democrats have failed to land the messaging plane since Trump was elected in 2024. It feels scattershot. It feels, shouting Epstein, ballroom, and a number of things. But really, if they come up with Donald Trump is focused on his ballrooms and his renovations, we're going to be focusing on delivering for the American people, and rattle off what that actually looks like, have some actual ideas, I think that resonates. But the part that is a little remarkable, and not to pivot to bashing the Dems here, but they should be doing better on the generic ballot. When the president in the White House is at a 35% approval, that means the vast majority of the country is not with him. Yet Democrats' approvals in Congress are even lower than approvals of Republicans. They're hovering at about 23%. So there's clearly something that's not breaking through to the American public about what it is that congressional Democrats stand for beyond just bashing Donald Trump.
When we look at this polling, there really are very few bright spots for the president, or Republicans, frankly, heading into November. Where does the GOP focus, Eleanor, when we're looking at numbers like these?
It's a great question. And from talking to Republicans on Capitol Hill, they've told us they want to focus on their tax legislation, which was passed last year. It had tax breaks on overtime for seniors. But of course, that conversation has gotten harder and harder to carry forward into the election cycle. And most notably, we saw that tension when the House and Senate passed a housing affordability bill. And
Do I ever interact with Jamie? Oh, definitely.
Trump publicly came out and said, I don't like this. I'm not going to sign it. And Republican leaders had to fight hard to get him not to veto it. And so there is this ongoing, intensifying, again, tension between Republicans whose incumbents are facing difficult elections across the country because of this sentiment, and then the president who is increasingly focused really on his legacy and what.
So the next thing that you could tell when a party's going to get swept when they have a high level of Republican retirements. That's another thing that you can see. House retirement wave signals deep institutional frustration. The 119th Congress is seeing the highest number of retirees in over 3 decades. I know this is another signal that I look at. The majority of whom are Republicans facing a slim majority in a challenging 2026 midterm environment. So highest number of retirees and the vast majority are Republican. Oh, that's another flashing red sign of an incoming landslide.
He's going to leave behind.
You mentioned that bipartisan housing bill. I believe the president called it a big yawn. Could have been a big win for Republicans in terms of what they could tout in terms of accomplishments heading into November. That can't happen in the same way. When we look at the approval rating, too, this is Trump's lowest number since just after the January 6th insurrection. There was also polling from CBS News over the weekend. 78% think the administration there isn't focused enough on lowering prices. We are seeing this consistency across the polling. Here's what the president had to say on Monday.
But we had the greatest economy in the history of the country, and we're blowing it away this time. We're blowing it away. You're going to see the results very soon.
Rob, Americans are very clear. We are not blowing it away. The president doesn't hear that. We know how that's gone for presidents past, see 2024. How much longer can he stay on this road?
Yeah, I think it's really important, Erica, to do a few things. Number one, wrap up the war in Iran. I think the American people want the president focused on the domestic issues that Eleanor was talking about. And I think that the other thing that the members of Congress can do, in addition to selling the one big beautiful bill, the working families tax cuts, as they now call it, is to pass this third reconciliation bill. The White House signaled yesterday they want to expand the scope of that beyond what the House did. I think that's an encouraging sign. So you can include things like the cost of housing, the cost of health care, the bread and butter issues that Americans are feeling pain right now when they go to the grocery store or fill up their gas tank. Those are the types of issues they want President Trump talking about. They probably want to hear Republicans at town hall meetings over the course of August talking about. And I think that the more they can return to those issues, the better off they'll be come November.
What's clear to me is that Donald Trump and the Republicans are not interested in having a relationship with the truth when it comes, that's called a lie where I'm from, when it comes to how Americans feel about their economic conditions. Forget about the fact that Americans are trying to put ends together hoping they meet because of Donald Trump's Maganomics being a failure. The reality is you have 25 million Americans paying more for their premiums, copays, and deductibles. That includes 18.2 million Americans in red states. You have the largest transfer of wealth in American history in the big ugly bill that Rob mentioned, including the largest cut to SNAPs and Medicaid in American history. Republicans can run, but they cannot hide. Americans are going to demonstrate their frustrations, their economic anxiety, and the economic uncertainty that Republicans have caused in November.
Look at the people they bring on CNN. Isn't it it's like inexplicable? Like, how the fuck are these people on TV? Like, who are they? Why are they there? Like, what's going on?
And you're starting to see a preview of that in the polling. Every single major issue the president ran on in the last election cycle, and Republicans, they are underwater with the American people. And I think you see that poll after poll.
It is interesting where we're seeing the president losing ground, too, specifically on immigration. That was really, I mean, we're seeing that in this poll as well. That was a winning issue. He's also losing support from interesting voices, I will put it that way. Alex Jones among them. Take a listen to this.
The big issue is how to stop Trump. And we have to have Congress go for the war powers. They've 3 times tried to vote war powers. They're supposed to authorize a war. This is a war. They're getting the draft ready. If this isn't a war, nothing's a war. I mean, this is absolutely out of control. And so
I mean, listen, I am not an Alex Jones supporter, but let me just say this. I think that if they tried to implement some sort of draft for Iran, America would implode. The American people are already unhappy, but they're not rebellious. You try to take people's 25-year-old sons or 20-year-old sons and force them into the military, this country would implode.
I'm calling for it right now. 25th Amendment, impeachment, whatever needs to happen to get this front and center.
25th Amendment.
By the way, I've been a long time person that's been calling this is that the alternative right media environment is starting to distance themselves from Trump, and they're using Israel to do it. Because Donald Trump is a fucking loser and everyone hates him. And in order for their political worldview to survive, they need a scapegoat. And that scapegoat is going to be Jews. And they're going to use Israel. The low approval of Israel, the right wing in this country is going to try to displace onto Jews. Israel is toast. What we're experiencing now is the last gasp of a dying state. Israel as a Zionist project is already dead. We're just living through the death throes. The feral rabid bites and lashing out. But it's fucking cooked. Structurally, it's cooked.
I mean, he talks about the war. Rob, you mentioned the war. The president needs to wrap up the war. 28%, just 28%, approve of the president's handling of the situation in Iran. Mm-hmm. Do you think any of this, though, will actually, to Rob's point, what he needs to talk about, will it actually change any of that?
That is the question, right? And I think that is inherent to this new brand of populism that Trump has really brought to the Republican Party is this conflict between saying you're going to focus on America first, focus on improving people's lives here in the U.S., but then also doing some of these traditionally Republican things, like focusing, for example, on tax cuts instead of spending on stuff like care policies. And so, as far as what that changes moving forward, I don't know that it changes anything in the Middle East. I do think it'll increase the likelihood that he continues, for example, to lash out at the Federal Reserve, pointing the finger at the central bank that he wants to blame for high mortgage rates instead of looking at what he's doing with the Iran war that's boosting prices. And so we'll see other ways that spells
Erica,
out.
the good news is November's coming, and Democrats have made a central core tenet or theme for this fall is we're fighting for an affordable America. That includes getting rid of the corruption and the crooks, holding them accountable. That means restoring the cuts, and that means saving health care. 3 central tenets, 3 central components that the American people, I believe, are tuned into and will vote for Democrats for in the fall.
All the more reason for Republicans to do something now while they have control of the House and Senate, Erica, because if they lose that ability to legislate in the future, they're not going to get back this window where they have control in Washington.
So I have something that you guys need to understand. And I just tweeted it, which is I saw a centrist saying, I'm uncommitted to any DSA candidate. Now, this person has a Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, PFP, right? This is the home of the Bernie bros and Bernie bros, the third party voters are to blame for my queens losing. And you got to vote blue no matter who and all this other entitled shit. I actually think this is awesome. I want people to say this. Right? I want them to say this. And why is that? Here's a dirty little secret. There's going to be a mega landslide in November for every Democrat. So all these DSA candidates are going to win. Fran's going to win. Abdul is a DSA, but he's on the left. He's going to win. All these DSA candidates are going to win. They're going to win by a lot because they're in states that are blue, light blue, and it's a landslide. They're going to win. So when these guys say, I'm not voting for DSA candidates, and they all win, they'll be proved to be irrelevant. Because when I say I'm not voting for Kamala Harris, she loses, right? Like when I say I'm withholding my vote from Kamala Harris, she fucking loses. When they try to withhold their vote from DSA candidates, we're going to fucking win. So I want them. I want them to say this shit. Like, but James Talrico wins. What's that going to show about all the centrists who backed that grifter, disgusting, horrible person, Jasmine Crockett? She'll be irrelevant. She won't be part of the victory. She'll be a fucking loser who refused to endorse. It's like the people that refused to endorse Obama. That's what it is. Remember those party unity, my ass, Hillary dead enders? And then Barack Obama went on to win a landslide. That's what we're going to see. So please tell me how you're not going to support the DSA candidates. So we win a fucking landslide. The radical centrists are proved to be irrelevant. We don't need them. And there's something that I talk a lot about, which is we need a purge of the extreme center.
The kind of politics we have now, where the left is represented by this kind of Obama-Macron-style centrism, where you're both for the market and for bureaucracy at the same time, is kind of horrible, right? The only possible appeal of that kind of politics is, well, at least they're not Nazis, right? So what they want is the left to be this kind of mishmash of bureaucratic market centrism and the right to be outright fascist. To set the ball rolling in an actual left direction will make that centrism look like utterly unappealing. In France, sometimes they talk about the extreme center, and I think that's a fitting phrase. It strikes me that what's called the moderates are the most immoderate people possible. And the reason why they're so uncompromising, I think, is because they realize they don't have a lot of positive arguments. They're not really for anything. I mean, somebody like Obama, the reason he worked was because he looked like the kind of guy who would have a vision. He acted like a visionary. He had the intonation. He had the way of standing and looking into the distance like he really believed in something. And it shows you something about just how much visionary politics has been killed. It didn't even seem to occur to people to ask what his vision actually was, right? Because it turns out, insofar as he had a vision, his vision was not to have a vision. He believed in pragmatism and compromise and so forth. And that's what the center has been reduced to. It's become this pure set of performative symbols. And at the same time, you get to feel morally superior, which is ultimately what centrism, what liberal centrism is all about, is the ability to feel better than other people. So there is a kind of a symbiosis whereby the right wing pretend to be stupid, like George Bush II sort of perfected this, like I'll act like a yokel. All of the liberals will make fun of me as an idiot. Everybody who resents the sort of cultural elite for having monopolized all the good jobs will look at them sneering at me and say, yeah, I bet those guys feel the same way about me as they feel about Bush. I'll vote for Bush. Ha ha ha, stick it to him, right? That shtick, Trump is just doing it in a more extreme version of the same thing. Johnson's doing the same thing. You act like an idiot, the people who are sort of educated elite make fun of you, and it works. Now, who's really the idiot, right? People keep falling for the same stupid trick over and over and over again. So there's a symbiotic relationship between these centrists, who are just sort of sneering elitists, and these guys who are the scam artists who pretend to be yokels, who pretend to be idiots, or pretend to be fascists. They're not even real fascists. They're kind of phony fascists. They are trying to set up a situation where those are the only two viable political choices, because they both feed off and complement one another.
Unfortunately, that is the reality that we're in, but I want you to understand that we are now finally breaking out of this cycle. Bernie Sanders was the first attempt to break out of this cycle, but now we are finally doing it. Francesca Hong and Zohran Mamdani and Maylot and Abdul El-Sayed, like all these people would have lost in 2018, or they would have lost in 2020. Very few of them would win, but now we're starting to win everywhere, and it's only going to get better. All right, everybody, that's going to be it for me today. Here's all my links. Don't forget to subscribe to the Reaction Podcast. This week, we are going to be talking about the with special guest 3 Arrows. famous YouTuber 3 Arrows. We're going to be discussing German fascism. I'm going to send you all to the mothership. And don't forget, it's time. It's time for us to see the Mike from PA difference. Stay safe. Solidarity forever. Socialism will win. All right, everybody. Peace out. I'll see you soon. And we're all going to fucking win.